Okay. I have a bad habit of not unmuting my mic. My bad. My bad, gang. Hi. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see you again. Welcome back to another edition of Kahoot and Apologetics and also Yapping. Woolites for life, yes. Great victory on X for the Baldians. Yes, but also you're all banned. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Hello, Jedsbrug. Hello, Phantasm. I saw King and also Knots is in. All the homies are here. And hello, friends. It's nice to see you all again. Baldy until I die. Baldy until your very last breath. You know, I really want to eventually make merch that's like gang inspired merch just for the Baldians and the Woolites. I think that would be hilarious. It's not Crips and Bloods anymore. It's Baldians and Woolites. Happy Fat Thursday. It's not Thursday, is it? I don't. It's not Thursday. It's Wednesday. What time zone you in, bruh? What time zone are you in? You had me at Gangsta Sheep plushie. Whenever I finish the mascot, we'll eventually have a plushie of him. We'll eventually have a plushie, and we'll also have a gang version, gangsta version. 212 here. Oh, so you're from the Europes, most likely. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? No, brother, we shall change your mind. My mind is as hard as a rock, and also as smooth as a baby's bottom. My brain is a smooth, no wrinkles or bumps, no crevices or lumps. Just smooth. I guess I can't be here being Baldian by chat. It was a good run. Did I hear merch? I'm gonna try eventually. Once I go through a couple of changes, I'll make some merch with the new design on it. Well, I convinced her to make you bald. I feel proud. Bleh. Same time, but New Zealand. Oh. Poland. Best country. Yeah, I've heard good things about Poland. You keep getting invaded, though. Sorry about that. Where Dez? He okay? I think Dez is in bathroom. He's just chilling. Oh, hey, Ange. Why'd you get in here? Hi, Gizmoof. Why'd you get in here? Hi, guys. How is everyone doing tonight? Is everyone having a great evening? Been a minute since I've tuned in. You get a new model? This is my 2D model. So it's one that my fan base has so kindly gifted to me. But it's a customizable model. So I can do all kinds of cool stuff. Like I can change my hair to black. I can be Baba Black Sheep. I can also change my hair a whole bunch. So I have my normal long hair that you probably recognize from the 3D model. I've also got a manic pixie dream girl haircut. Oh yes, emo is a fan favorite emo. It especially goes well with the black sheep hair. 'Cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Oh no, that Desmo's not here. You're just hearing me through his mic because I'm loud. we are in the same room because he is my husband, and we don't have separate rooms for our computer. But I also updated. I updated the twin tails, so now I got short, little, spindly twin tails. And they're a little more bouncy, a little more curly. Yeah. It's like you're the same person. Desmo is just a cover for when my voice changer goes out. Ooh, yeah, piggy tails. Piggy tails. And of course, bald. I still have to figure out how to make the other hair go away. But for now, this is as bald as I can get. Corkscrew twin tails, yes, very cute. I miss Woman Avoider B too. Hopefully we'll see him tonight. Maybe he's just running a little late. Random Bible verse. I got it pulled up right away. You see, I'm so prepared. Hello, Dark Shadow. Hi. Let's see. Isaiah 46:4. Even in your old age, I am he. Into gray hairs I will carry you. I have made and I will bear. I will carry and will save. Amen. You see, my hair's already gray. Fun fact, I'm canonically like 80 years old. I just look young. It's it's all that living water that I've been drinking. All that living water. Oh, hydrate too. Thank you. They making a 4th Mummy movie with Brandon Fraser, and the chick that was was his woman in the first 2. I don't know, I've never seen the Mummy movies. I gotta tell you, I am like completely uncultured when it comes to cinema. Like I don't watch movies all that much unless I like hate watch them. Like it's so bad it's good kind of deal. Like I watched the Minecraft movie. I watched that one. Like gasp, betrayal. I know, I'm sorry. Hello, short twin tails. Yes. Hi, Hagen. Doesn't watch movies, not too often. Like my favorite thing to watch is just like cozy TV shows. Fleet and Steel. My favorite is cozy TV shows. So like sitcoms, old sitcoms, or like you know, older TV shows that go on for like ever and ever. That's some of my favorites. I've been on a Little House on the Prairie kick. Nellie Olsen deserves everything she gets. I'm not beating the grandma allegations. The Baldian is without its commander. He'll be back. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I think either he's in the bathroom taking a long dookie, or he's like downstairs helping people set up a game system. Cause I saw him like bust out his GameCube and be like, "Hey, do you care about like this Sims game?" And I'm like, "No, no, I can emulate that." A long dookie. A big long doo-doo faces. Have you ever watched Men in Black? Yes, a long time ago. I don't remember a lot of the plot points, but I do know that I do know that Will Smith was in it. Ah, that's hot. That's hot. Mark Hass Brownlee. You're like my parents. I pretty much only ever watch old sitcoms. I'm pretty sure they're watching Frasier right now. Based. Like, I like... When I like long-form content, I like it super long. Like, I'll just watch it for months. plus, Little House on the Prairie is that has actually got good Christian values in it. It's one of the shows that's like not afraid to. Cute hair, thank you. It's one of the. It's so hard to type a message when I just keep hearing Dookie. Oh, a cheer! Thank you for the bits.
One seems good, one seems good, one seems good, one seems good.
Seems good, one seems good, one seems good, one seems good, one seems good, one. Seems good, one. Seems good, one. I think the TTS got a little bit jank there. This chat is not healthy for me. God bless and good night. Oh, Nani? What happened? What happened? Not healthy. I'll have you know I'm full of vitamins and minerals that are great for a balanced, nutritious breakfast, okay? Hi, Mrs. Bear. Hello. I'm an animation nerd, and the only reason I know about obscure movies like Rockadoodle is because of old nostalgia critic videos. I used to watch them all the time growing up. Fair enough. Like, the amount of, like, obscure stuff that I've found from just random videos is crazy. I'm full of hate and bitterness. Maybe be filled with love and Jesus Christ. That sounds good to me. Rockadoodle, my jam. Not the Dookies. We scared them off with Dookies. How could we? I'm gonna save up for bald and make her bald in like 3 weeks. Why are people so angry today? I don't know. I can't believe Des would let you stream unsupervised. Me neither. I keep saying crazy things. I keep saying crazy things. But it's okay. I can handle myself sometimes. I've got you guys to keep me in check. You can always tattletale. You can always tattletale the Desmo about me. And just send him a DM being like, "Hey, come get your tarred wife." No Anki today, only sleepy. Yeah, I'm pretty sleepy too. Whenever I say I'm a night owl, I 100% mean it. Because I stayed up until noon. Not you know, I took a nap at noon. I went fully to sleep at noon. Because I had stayed up all night. And all morning. That was my bedtime today. And I woke up around like 5:30. So I am a little bit eepy. Hello, Malik. Hello. Ma'am. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Poor YouTube chat left and abandoned. Where is YouTube chat? Wait, have I not been getting YouTube chats? Hold on. I guess I have. What the heck? Someone on YouTube type something. I cannot talk. Type something. That way I can. Let's see if you show up. Because you should be showing up. YouTube chat's being disrespected. I didn't mean to. I'm doing my best, okay? This is what happens when Desmo lets me stream. Yeah, there is YouTube. There is. What are you guys talking about? There is YouTube. I see it. It's on there, see? Testing something. Hello, it is me on my alt. Yeah, look at that. They're fine. You gaslit me.
Gaslighting you, love?
Yeah, they're gaslighting me. They're so mean. First they make me bald, and now they gaslight me, and then they edit my funny bald head into pictures of an orb. And then ask me what my wisdom is. We would never. You always do. Des is our commander's back. Yes, Desmo is back. Are you back for good, Desmo? Maybe. No, we're fine. We're in pain. What are you in pain for? What are you in pain for? Pondered the sheep orb. No, don't ponder me. The shorb. Don't do it. Oh, cool. It pops up on both. How was the dookie, Desmo? Did you take a dookie? No, okay. He was helping people set up stuff downstairs. No dookies. We're in the safe zone. Huh? Oh, now he's going to the bathroom. Okay. Have a safe dookie, honey. How are we supposed to focus on you when you keep saying dookie? That's how I do keep your focus. It's the, jingle jingle jingle. Jingle jingle. I said duty. Jingle jingle jingle. Jingle jingle jingle. Jingle jingle. The back rooms. I said your favorite word. Who wants to play tic-tac-toe? Stop it. Stop it. If you play tic-tac-toe in my head, I'm legitimately banning you. I will not stand for this level of disrespect. Okay? So you do watch Mark? I was a huge fangirl back in the day. Gigantic. Like, I had the biggest crush on Markiplier growing up. The biggest crush. I don't care now. I've stopped watching him. Did you get rose tea from a hubby bear? It's not Valentine's Day yet, so no. Maria Grace. Hi, it's me. I am Maria Grace. Hello. I'm a far rightist. I think they're all commies. Everybody's a commie. We are commies. Guys, I think I know how I might get banned. Someone asked you prior to the chat, working, how do you grace a question for you and Bear? In your perspective, what do you think the sin most responsible for people's falling away from God? Pride. Pride. 100%. Always pride. Call me Ben. But I mean, a lot of what keeps people away from Christianity is, number one, not liking the rules that are set up by Christianity. They see them as, hey, I'm not gonna let anybody else tell me how to live my life. I am my own master. I want to be in control, and I know what's best for me, which is pride. And also, I don't like the way God is running things. I think I know better of what should be happening in the world, and when it doesn't happen, well, God isn't good, therefore God isn't real. It's a matter of pride like 90% of the time. I've never seen an actual live VTuber stream. It feels weird. It feels weird for me too. Like, morphing into an anime girl every time, it hurts. Very painful experience. That's why I need that 5-minute timer. I need to, like, pop an Advil afterwards to keep stable. Wait a sec. Clip farmers, bro. No, I very much appreciate clips. I very much appreciate clips. That way I can know. Oh, we redeemed the bob hair, and I completely missed it. My bad. My bad. A nice stream streak, by the way. Ma'am, you don't know much. Samus gets hurt when morphing into a ball. It's probably pretty painful. Have you seen a live stream of a new Pope? You know, Pope Leo? I haven't. I'm not Catholic. Clip the shoop can grow. Yeah, I second whatever he said. No, my short twin tails. You can redeem it back if you want. It's okay. You can redeem it. You can redeem it back. You can do it. Just get enough channel points. It's free. All you have to do is watch me, and I don't think that's too hard. Ball. Gizmos. Thank you for the gifted sub. Remember to thank your gifter. I'm here to lurk, Maria. Well, that's perfectly fine. I love my lurking lambs. You don't need to talk to me or interact with me for me to love you. You're all my little lambs, and I love you dearly. Whether you support me silently or gift a bajillion subs. Why is bald so high? It's not right because I don't like it. Previous Pope died away. Previous Pope passed away in old age last year. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that they elected a new one, and he's from Chicago, of all places. But I'm not Catholic, and I don't really keep up with what he says all too much or what he does. I've got too much stuff in my life already that I have to keep track of. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. My throat is just a little congested. Nice! Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness. 10 gifted. Man, you're on a roll. Remember to thank your gifters. Nuts back at it again. Resume hydrate, thank you. Thank you, I need it. I should have a cough drop redeem. For real. Aw, Edge, thank you for the bits. We have a hype train. Wow, we're at level 4. Wait a second. No, we don't need another go broke for sheep moment. There was one instance, last week. I wanted to say a couple days ago. But it was about a week ago when Leaflet raided into me, and one of her followers ended up gifting me like 50 subs. 50 subs at once. And I was shocked. I was bamboozled. And Knots, I think my headcanon, you got offended. You said I'm not the top gifter anymore. That has to change. And then he also dropped to 50 subs. Let me know if I'm wrong, but that's my headcanon. He said this cannot be. I must reign supreme as #1 sheep supporter. The sheep on screen. Huh? Also, yes, if you did get the sub, you do have a little sheepy on the bottom of the screen if you do comment. Wow, a new donation for the Wool Church. The Church of Wool. I'm going to start applying to grocery jobs in my area. Please, if you may pray for me. Of course. Lord, I pray for our good friend Chud Neo. You know his real name. I pray that this venture for him is very successful, and you bless him with all the funds that he needs to make a difference in his life, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Hey Marie, did you check out the quotes I sent in the Discord. I haven't. I've been super tired, to be honest. Lately my head has been a little bit off. Like I've been getting dizzy randomly. And I don't know what's happening with that, but I've been trying to take it a little bit easy. Wait, this is Christian Apologetics in the title. I love it. Yes. So how my streams go, I yap for probably about an hour. And then we'll move on to a Kahoot quiz. And then I will be reading. It's the EDS maybe. Having a good job sucks, but not having a job also sucks. Thank you for censoring. But I will be moving into reading a book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. Quotes, are you getting your roof replaced or something? No, I think they were quoting either Bible verses or stuff about saints. I think it was. We shall make her bald from Kahoot. So yeah, the Kahoot, I will let you guys participate. And whoever the winner of the Kahoot is will get a choice of either a gifted sub from us to my channel, a game off of the Humble Bundle monthly subscription thing from Desmo, or you can make me bald for like 15 minutes. What kind of video games do you play? I like simulator games. Like I am horrible at any kind of games that aren't just, you know, simulate thing. I like card game stuff as well. No, 30 minutes. It was 30. It was 30, was it? Or are you gaslighting me? Was it 30 minutes? It could have been. Fine, we'll make it 30. We'll make it 30. Where's the bathwater option? You assume I take baths. You assume that I bathe. Silly fool. I am an e-girl. I don't bathe. It was 30, you're gaslighting us? Well, it's been a long time. I didn't remember. Yeah, saint quotes. Sorry, my brain hiccuped. No, you're fine. Death Stranding, since it's a walking simulator? I don't know if I have the patience for that one. 30 minutes, wow. 45 is a long time. Being bald for an hour straight sounds tough. So I eventually want to do fundraising for my new model that I want to be working on. And I was thinking of adding some donation goals. One possibly being bald for the entire stream. A whole bald stream. I listen, I really want the model. But I need to find other goals in the meantime. So I did the calculations, and the cost of the new model, since it's 3D, will be a lot cheaper than, you know, a regular 2D model. But it will look just as good, if not better, than my regular 3D model. So, I calculated it, and it will be right around the $400 mark to get it done. It's not a simulator game, but play Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Patriots Trust. I'm not big into shooter games. If you have to shoot something, I kind of lose interest. That's my thing. I have horrible aim and spatial awareness. I just like making things work nice. Take my wallet. Bald is in reach, fellas. Play Prison Architect? Maybe. Ooh, that's a good chunk of money. It is, but it's not ridiculous. Like, it's pretty well done. A pretty good price for a model. Especially when you consider, like, there are VTubers who are, you know, they're 2D in a brand new outfit will cost them like 2,000. Like it's crazy. I know that Celeste with her new ice outfit, which I think is hilarious. It was like 2,000, if not more, for the new one. So like 400 for a completely new model is like great in comparison. Sheeps don't shoot, they simulate. Yeah. I also like farming games. Those are also pretty nice, but I think I burned myself out on them a little bit. Just a little bit. I played Stardew Valley to like death. I always find it interesting that atheists can believe in the virgin birth of an entire universe, but not the virgin birth of a single man. Yep. That's something we'll be going into, I think, in the next chapter of our book. But it is something we went over last time, of like, abiogenesis is kind of a load of dookie. The fact that you can just have life kind of spawn out of nowhere is a load of horse feces. Because, fun fact, the amount of information stored in the DNA of a single cell organism, if you break down all the letters that compose that DNA, which are information that makes sense, so it's like, you know, letters and words that spell out instructions. If you were to put all of the DNA sequence into a book, that book would be the same length as 1,000 complete encyclopedias. 1,000 complete encyclopedias written by accident. With no meaning whatsoever, not by any intelligent. It just kind of appeared in the pool one day. The primordial soup. What is a Christian apologetics? So it's basically the study of why Christianity is true and being able to convey that to other people. So you have your Bible studies, but they don't really go into like the scientific evidence for God and ways to combat common questions by atheists or non-believers. Wasn't there a thing about the thing that makes up atoms or something about to be a cross? Yeah, I did hear that there was a thing like that. I was playing Helldivers 2 and I'm a cyber stan, so wish me good luck, good luck, soldier. I see, thank you for explaining. Yeah, people get that wrong a lot simply because the word apologetics, it sounds like the big misconception is, oh, I'm apologizing for my faith. Like, I'm so sorry that that our Bible sounds so bad to the outside world. I'm so sorry we offend you. But no, it's not that. Apologia, it's a Latin word or Greek word, I believe. Let me look up, because I want to be right about this. I don't want to give you wrong information. I don't want to spread disinformation. Unironically. Ironically, though. Apologetics word origin. Here we go. Apologetics originates from the Greek term apologia, meaning a formal verbal defense used in a legal setting, famously utilized in Socrates' defense as recorded by Plato. So it's basically giving a defense for your faith. Like a almost a legal defense. I love apologetics. I like when they dispel common myths like the Old Testament God and New Testament God are different and hippie Jesus. And Jesus was not a hippie. I would never apologize for following the Lord and Savior. Good. Never apologize. Never back down. Not sure about all that, but I think there's a point to try and prove God to an atheist from a naturalistic point of view. Philosophy is better. Yeah, it's good to be able to give people like scientific, like cold hard facts that line up with, yeah, the universe was created. Yeah, logical arguments, because a lot of people won't go, oh, your Bible said so? Okay. Like, they don't, if they don't believe in the Bible, no evidence from the Bible is going to give them any kind of reason to believe you. You know? God Logic knows his stuff. I'll have to look them up if I don't already know them. I'm just terrible with names. Greek, I believe. I came to Christian from Islam through Apologetics by God Logic. Nice. Is Desmo okay? Who's dying? It's Desmo. He's been dying. Desmo has tuberculosis. Sorry, guys. Say your goodbyes now. I like Wes Huff. He's super knowledgeable. One of my favorites is Cliff Conchetto. Cliff Connectly. However you pronounce that last name. I think it's Conchetto. I don't think you're terrible with names. You remember mine. I do. Goodbye, Desmo. Yeah, rest in peace, Desmo. I love Cliff, yes. I want to meet him someday, if I can. I know he's getting older, so I should probably hurry up. But
Bearman's gonna just play games in the background. I don't feel great today.
Poor baby. Everyone say a prayer for Desmo's health, so he can not feel like doo-doo. No evidence period will make them believe if they hate Christ. Only thing that can change them is an act of God, and he does use us to do it, but nothing we say will ever change their minds. Yeah, if they're that stubborn. You good, Desmo?
I'm alive.
If their main problem with Christianity is I just don't want to be told what to do, I don't want anyone to have authority over my life, then yeah, you're not going to change them. Like, they have to, yeah, if it's not a logical issue that they have with God, and it's purely, I don't like this because it tells me what to do, then you can't change their mind with anything. Like, if they're just going to be stubborn, they're just going to be stubborn. Horrible with names. Internet names are easier, but I just can't win with IRL names. Yeah, internet names are a lot easier. Because they're a lot more unique. Nuts! Thank you for the gifted subs again. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Literally goated. Goated nuts. Back at it again. But what was I going on about? Dumb question. Can you pray for my uni exam? I'm guessing that says exam, but sure. Lord, I pray for our friend Kofi with egg that his university exams go well, and you prosper them in the future, and let them know that your will be done, no matter what they do. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Sup sheep? Hi Ziavard. Hi Zach. How you doing? Not back in the game with the gifted songs. I'm glad the new Digimon game is coming to Switch. Full voice acting and good art direction. Yes, please. Us Pokemon fans left. left to hang. Left out to dry. Man, I wish we had voice acting. Conrad Haxor, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the... Ooh, nice Twin Tails. Okay. I changed them up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind. They're a little bit shorter and more curly this time. Prayers for Mr. Fishman, please. Of course, I'm always praying for him. It's Teto. It is me, Kasane Teto. I for my next trick, I will turn into a pear. I was thinking that, but I was forgetting her name. Yeah, the red one, Red Miku. That's all you need to know.
You know, just a thought here, thinking about it now. Samson does the Miku thing. I get my 3D model working and everything. I should do a Teto thing, and just to compliment, it'd be hilarious.
Yes, please. Yes. What if I do the Neru? So the yellow one with the singular ponytail on the side. We can be triple baka. We can do it. That'll be funny.
Dex Kenny's asking about the Black Sheep Redeem.
Oh, what does Black Sheep redeem? I can give you a little preview. So it basically turns my hair black, and my horns white. So it's a dark mode. It's a dark one. The yellow one that isn't in Mesmerizer, yeah, that one. Samson is funny. Samson is. Oh, there we go. Now we got it. I was a rare Pokemon and Digimon kid. I did lean more towards Pokemon, but I watched both shows. I was 100% Pokemon kid. I could cheer. No, don't. No. I like my locks. I like the twin tails. They're cute. Don't make me get rid of them. No. How was what I said back? Oh, non desu ka? Black sheep forever. Oh, they are cute. Thank you. Yes. No. Bruh, I redeemed 1K. Please don't shear. Yeah, don't shear. Let the man have his fun. Let the man have his twin tail fun. Can I have the onion rings on your head? Crazy. Those aren't onion rings, they're horns. They would poke you. You don't want to eat them. They would poke you. You guys are crazy. Please do not shear the lovely sheep lady. Yes, I will get cold. I think they mean the halo. Oh, maybe. There, I gave it to you. Have fun. Have fun. Looks like white chocolate? Yeah, kinda. I got white chocolate horns. They're delicious. So you won't... No, you won't have a sweater? Eh? Oh, right, the halo. I thought you were talking about the horns. I'm not used to having a halo. Nutritional value of horns. Ask China. Where's Mr. Bear at?
Bear is here. He don't feel well though, so he's just gonna be playing a game in the background, honestly.
Yeah, Desmo's feeling it. So he'll be quiet most stream. But he will be there if you ask for him. The horns look like fortune cookies. Strawberry cake versus banana cake. Can we have a poll on this, Maria? Very important question. I don't know. I'm more of a banana cake. Like, you ever have banana bread? Amazing. Makes life worth living. We need to redeem for regular model hair. I should do that, actually. I should do that.
Yeah, gotta switch back to light mode as well.
Yeah, light mode as well. I keep forgetting. Banana cake is very nice. It is. I love banana cake. Desmo's mom makes an amazing banana cake. People keep asking for it for their birthday. And you know what I make? How could you? Look what you've done. Look what you've done. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. I will not keep being disrespected in my own chat. You guys, how dare you? How dare you? My hair is precious to me. I take so long to grow it out for you guys, and you just do away with it. Do away with it. I put so much time and effort. So much time and effort to grow my hair out and style it. And we have a twin too, redeem. There's a war. There's a war. Gang violence. It's not acceptable. It's not unacceptable.
The war
I
between the
accept it.
Baldians and the Woolites shall continue.
The Civil War. SVT Rich, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flock. Bald was over so fast. Redeem wars, gang violence. The Crips versus the Bloods. Yay, they're back. Yay, my hair. I love my hair. Why do you want to get rid of it? Do I not look nice with my hair? You guys not like my hair? Do you think it looks bad?
The Baldians are united. However, there are many different denominations of the Woolites, so to speak.
Bald Grace VT? Bro. Bald looks how I get when I put my hair into a ponytail. I've got an allergic rash from eating canned tomato sardine. Why would you eat that? Why? That sounds terrible. And Mexican wizard medicine works. Only way to remove it is by drinking warm water. Mexican wizard.
But no, you gotta give that
medicine.
man his full. You gotta give that man his full 2 minutes of bald.
Okay, but we'll go back. Fine. Fine.
Now,
Since-
love, okay, hear me out on this. If you lower the price of bald, raise the price of hair changes, then you could have it where you could rapid fire them like that.
You think we should lower the price?
Lower the price. This will please the Baldians, but also it would allow for redeem wars.
Redeem wars.
Redeem wars.
What if we just make bald start costing bits, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, what if we do that?
Okay.
5 million bits. Take it or leave it. Can I change it from here? Hold on. Create a dashboard. Let's see. Viewer rewards. Channel points. Edit.
We should look and see what we can do with getting redeems automatic for your live duty model.
Yeah, I should.
That way we can do that and it can be a rapid fire thing, so that way you don't have to manually change it and it can just change every few minutes whenever someone has a redeem.
Alright. For one night. Thank you for the bits.
Party one, Mariog 16.
Party one. Bald bat. Alright. For one night, I will make bald cost as much as the regular hairstyles. Just because husband said so and I love him.
Oh no, I think you should make it a regular thing.
A regular thing?
But only after you can get the redeems automatic. That way you could allow for rapid fire hair change, and bald would be one of those. And so it would be a war in there's right there, we got overgrown right there.
Okay, we have overgrown now. There we go.
It has been.
Alright. I'll put it as a regular one for you guys for tonight, and I'll do it manually, but over my break tomorrow I will work on setting up automatic shifts on my live 2D. Alright. Alright. 750 first year. And then redemption cooldown. Let's put that 2 minutes. Well, nah. Nah, no limits. No limits. You guys deserve it. Here we go. Save. Alright. Alright, go for it, guys. Jittery Squirrel, prayer redeem. My sister got mad at me earlier for saying the Bible doesn't condone gay when she said a lot of things were informed or mistranslated, such as the man shall not lay with man is actually man shall not lay with boy thing. Pray for her. Of course. Another sheer redeem. What? Here we go. Baldians, make sure to think three. And then we go Twin Tail. Wait. There we go. Twin Tail. But
Desmo is the mediator between the Baldians and the Woolites.
Guys.
I am not the commander of the Baldians for sure. But
Wait. Oh no,
chat is chaos. You both are wrong.
I'm messing up all myself. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, I need to praise still, guys. Oh no. Baldy is live. This is an outrage. Do I have a timer on all the other ones?
You might. I don't know.
I might. If I don't, let me check you real quick. Okay, there's no cooldown on the other ones.
It shall be out of control on both sides. I think the best thing to do is to make it get the auto redeem set up and let this fly. But I would say raise the price to 1,000 at that point. With a little price here. I put that all even price, all 1,000, but all automatic as soon as possible.
So, I pray for my friend Jittery Squirrel, and I pray that his sister is able to come to Christ and see that her issues with certain things are not that valid, for lack of a better term. That she see the truth that is you and turns from her ways and sees the glory that is you, Jesus. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Okay, okay, no more redeems for that one. No redeems while I was praying. Good. Keep me in your prayers, please, Maria and Ta. I'm doing well defying my lust so far. The battle goes on though. Sure. Lord, I pray for Zoran that he stands strong in his battle with lust, and that you empower him to keep on going and doing good and being a good and faithful servant to you, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. We must save our points for the battle ahead, Baldians. We'll set that up, and we'll also have a little fundraiser next time we're on. How about that? We'll come up with some goals. And we'll figure it out. When Kahoot? Soon. TM. Soon TM. Hold on, I'm messing up all my settings. Let me go back to my Twitch page so I can look at you guys. Also, we've been going for a minute. Check in, Lurking Lambs. Make sure we get an accurate head count of all of my flock. I don't want to miss none of you guys. I can't be missing you guys. Woman Avoider, you haven't been talking. Hi, buddy. We missed you. Or you have been talking and I haven't noticed because I'm dumb sheep. Because I'm big dumb idiot. But I hope you've been doing well today. Prayer request. I should probably also ask for prayer regarding my own battle with lust. Of course. Be nice to my friend. Well, your friend is a big dummy.
Yeah.
She got smooth brain sometimes. Apologetic study? What's the topic? Let me look. So it's I think it's on evolution today. We're talking about evolution. And how it's while we do observe microevolution, so species getting like slightly different features depending on where they exist, and the splitting of paths from different species, we don't see macroevolution. So one thing turning into a completely different thing. In fact, in the geological research that's been done, we have never observed that. We have only seen like species just kind of appear out of nowhere. And they have been looking for evidence. They just haven't been able to find it. Funny enough. But we do have a prayer to do. Lord, I pray for our friend Jittery Squirrel again, and I pray that he stands strong in his battle with lust as well. And I pray for anyone else in my chat who struggles with those things. We know it can be a very insidious addiction, and I pray for all of them that they stand strong with you and are good and faithful servants and can resist temptation, Lord. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. I am very terrible at prayer. But I need the practice. I need the practice. Evolution doesn't contradict the faith in any way. Even if macroevolution is true, why couldn't have God used this process to form creation? Exactly.
Yeah.
But the fact that we do have species kind of appearing out of nowhere, it's it kind of points to the creator. I suck at praying too. It's actually usually basic stuff, but praying is good. Praying is good for you. It is. It's one of the things that can really help you out mentally. Like it's proven by psychologists that it actually does a lot of good for your psyche. Prayer doesn't have to be eloquent. It's just a conversation. Yeah. I'm terrible at conversation though. We should make everything 100 channel points. It's an intentional conversation. Yeah. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I stutter a whole bunch. I can't keep my thoughts straight. So often I will just go on a tangent about something and kind of forget where the conversation was going. Like I'll keep saying things and I won't remember where I started. So I might repeat myself or go off on something that doesn't even matter or correlate with what I was saying before. Welcome to the flock, Reno Lunit. Thank you for the follow. Bro, what are you, a socialist? You will bring the entire sheep economy down. We can't just print channel points. There has to be a limited stock. Should I stockpile balls? Well, it's still cheap. Yeah, start investing. Not socialism if we spending money and it's in high demand. Everything should be free for me specifically because I'm too young to get a job. You don't want a job, buddy. Employment is cringe. Don't worry, you don't need a job. You know that pose we find all the dinosaur fossils has a name? It's called the opistotonic death pose. You know what caused it? Sudden drawing and burial. Gee, if only there was a word a world event that corresponded with that. Oh, wait. Citron of Twitch. Citron, are you of Twitch age? Please tell me you're like 13 plus, okay? Like, I don't mind if you're, you know, an older teenager watching me, but I do talk about things that maybe a little bit much for 13 and under. And another year. Lovely. Woolites, please come save me. Save me, Woolites. I'm so cold. I'm so cold. I'm so old. Discord is 13 plus though, yeah. We should put an 18 plus tag. I mean, I don't really talk about anything that's like super graphic. Unless I'm talking about Christian. But her husband smells pennies. Yes, he does. Except not today, because he's a little stuffy-nosed. Going to be implementing ID checking. Christian! Yes, I am a Christorian. I have watched the entire, like, 80-part documentary on Christian. Yay! Wait, nope, wrong here. Yay! Toontails! They're so bouncy. Look at that. So bouncy. We got our hair back. Well, I got something to talk about. Should I open a business? If it's financially responsible for you to do so. That's insane. I'm 19 and I wasn't that invested. You two are cute. Thank you. Yeah, I heard about that. I thought it was just for 18 plus servers and not safe for work content. Huh. Going to be implementing ID checking. Huh. Locked up and studied his brain like no other. He's legitimately the most documented person on the planet. Legitimately the most documented person. He's got a whole Wikipedia just for him. Like a whole website. Akin to Wikipedia just for him. It's called the Quikipedia. Have you ever seen the fossilized human and dinosaur footprints that overlap each other? No. That's hilarious though. They keep trying to tell us that us and dinosaurs didn't exist at the same time. They keep trying to gaslight us and psyop us. But it won't work. It won't work. You know why? Because we have autism. We have autism. They cannot pick our brains. They don't understand us. They don't understand us. You cannot escape us. We are inevitable. We shall rise. It's financially, but not mentally. I mean, your mental is more important than your financial, no? I have cerebral palsy, not autism. You're an honorary autist for being in my chat. You get the pass. Tism and EDS twins for real. Yes, I do have diagnosed autism. If you can't tell, I also have ADHD. so that might explain a whole lot about me. How many subs do we need for a new emote? I don't know. What emote do you want? Because I can think of a few that might be nice, but I don't know what you're thinking of in particular. So I could say the hard M. What's the M? Wait, what's M? What is? I don't understand. Am I falling back on my slurs? Marshall? Oh hey, Uber Marshall! I didn't see you there. Quick chat, ban him, mods. Get him out of here. Oh, the hard M is Maria. Yeah, you can say my name. You see, before that, my My username had an R at the end, but it sounded a little too harsh. Maria. So you can just use the soft A. Don't mind me. You know, it's Maria. You know. Rest in peace, Marshall. Okay, but no, stay. Stay, you're fine. You're fine, I don't mind. You can stay. Please stay, I miss you. Please stay. Man with a deep voice detected. Morgan Freeman detected. Also, hello, Green Luck. Hello. I'm glad to see you're doing well after being mentioned in the Google Docie. How was Bible study? Yeah, how was your Bible study? Marshall must stay. Yes. He must be here and be subjected to my yapping. Again, I was mentioned? I don't know, man. You were mentioned at least once, probably twice. How many Google Docs have there been then? Since then? I think it's like he was planning on making a third. I think. Bruh, Marshall. Bible study was very good. We went over why the Word of God was very important. Google Doc? Yeah. Somebody strange made a Google Docie about Celestian.
It was literally just for attention, I think. This dude's just a little under. He just wanted the attention.
Yeah, my guess is the dude was a rage baiter. Either that or like schizophrenic. You pick. Or both. Both is also quite possible. I would I will say pray for him, no matter which it is. If he's being genuine, if he's being, you know, facetious for the sake of attention, or he's just losing his noggin. Definitely pray for him, because that kind of behavior is not good for someone who claims Christ, and a fair few things he's done also don't reflect Christ all that much. Also, Miss Unania quoted me. That's nice. That's so good. I don't know who that is. But I'm happy you're happy. I can 100% say Celeste is doing the right thing. Yeah. Like, I basically, TLDR, he's mad that she spoke up against LGBT and also banned him for being strange in her Discord servers. Like, I heard things about him defending, like, not so great views on children. Pretty weird things regarding children. Tiny pink-haired lady from Japan and draws happy little drawings. Ooh. He said calling out sin is a sin. But that's calling out a sin, isn't it? If you think it's a sin. That's a self-defeating statement. Like, if saying calling out sin is a sin is a sin, if you actually believe that. If you really thought it was a sin, you wouldn't be saying that. It's totally self-defeating. Yeah, saying calling out sin is a sin is saying God sins, which makes no sense. Yeah, if you believe that, then Jesus saying go and sin no more, then, like, he would be sinning, and then that would defeat the purpose of Christianity. Like, that would defeat the purpose. Jesus would like a word with him, probably. I mean, Jesus would like a word with all of us. That's why the Bible's here. But, you know. Well, he literally rejects original sin, too. Yeah, this is what happens when Christianity turns into, like, a pop culture kind of thing. It's just, you know, Jesus said generally be nice to people and nothing else. Jesus said make people happy. Make them happy and never hurt their feelings ever. Never make anybody uncomfortable. Just be a doormat. And be inoffensive. And enable people to do whatever makes them happy. Which is completely untrue. We are called to do very hard things in denying ourselves. And we have to reach out to others to say, hey, there's a better way. And the better way is to deny yourself these things that you want. Because you want them. Because the heart is deceitful above all else. Like the common thing of just follow your heart? Absolutely not. Your heart hates you. Your heart hates you. Are you a professional doormat? No, you're a professional sweetheart. Don't be mean to my friend. Depends on what you mean by original sin. And Samuel, when he called out David's sin, yep. I think Matthew 7:1 has to be the most taken out of context verse in the whole Bible. They stop at judge not. Yeah. They also don't realize that judge is a legal term. Not the Americanized, her hair looks gross. I don't like her outfit. Like the bully kind of judge. And just be like, I don't like these nitpicky things about you. And I think you should be doing this and that. No. Judging is a legal term in the Bible. When they say judge not, they mean don't put yourself in the shoes of God.
Don't condemn someone.
Yeah, don't condemn people to hell. Don't. Like don't put yourself in God's shoes and say, I know better than God, or I know just as good as God, because that's pride. Like that verse of go and sin no more, the first to cast the stone, which a lot of people will quote to support that argument of, don't judge anybody, don't cast the first stone. They were about to send a woman to the death sentence. She had committed adultery. He's like, hey, any of you who have done better, any of you who can say you are actually righteous, go ahead. But they couldn't. They were putting themselves in the shoes of God, dealing out a death sentence, trying to choose when that woman would live and when she would die, which is only up to God. Like it's not, hey, don't use your consciousness and make actual observations about people, because like it's simply stupid to go throughout life not making judgments about anything. Because like if I can't judge who is a safe and unsafe person to be around, I'm gonna get murdered. I'm gonna get my money stolen. I can't judge people. Okay, then I let a murderer into my house and I have 3 kids and my 3 kids are dead. Does that make sense to you? No, it doesn't. That's not what we're called to do. We're not called to turn our brains off and just, accept everybody as they are. Accept everybody, no matter what they're doing, and just be like, that's okay. That's okay. You don't need to change, baby. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Misery, if I redeem hair, could I exchange it for redeem for your original model hair? Yes. Of course. You can do that. That's fine. I'll change it for you. There you go. Yeah, it's yeah. You just have to read a few extra sentences after that original judge not to actually get context. Many of these judge not people are the same saying you shouldn't defend yourselves to call the cops, who will be minutes away while someone tries to kill you, unfortunately. Yeah, people nowadays just have toxic empathy. Unfortunately, we've been kind of psyoped into, believing these people, like a lot of women as well, because we have also been psyoped to, hey, don't have kids. Kids are gonna ruin the environment. You can't afford kids. Kids are literally the worst thing that can happen to your life and your body, and your life will never be the same after having kids, and you're gonna be so miserable. But no, we've been psyoped. Don't have kids. Our fertility has been hijacked. They keep putting polyester in our clothes, and they keep putting chemicals in our water, and they keep pushing birth control for every single ailment, and it's not right. But we have a plague of childless women in the West with nothing to do. So what they do is they say, hey, you know all these poor minorities, the illegal aliens and the poor minorities, they need your help. They're basically like your babies. They're little helpless babies who need your help. They need you to stand up for them. Meanwhile, it's a grown man who would, kill and rape them if they got the chance. Like, suicidal empathy. And they will do it. They will literally die for these causes. Yeah, and look at how normal abortion is. Yeah, unfun fact. If you are Gen Z, 1/3 of our generation as Gen Z is already dead. Everyone who should have been born, 1/3 of them has died because of abortion. 1/3 of my generation is dead because of abortion. It is akin to a genocide.
Love, Gizmo was saying, be careful with some of those words because TOS.
Yeah. Grape. Unalive.
Throw on that social media filter, my love.
Yeah, we are told to forgive everyone, but not trust everyone. I'm happy that abortion is illegal in India, except grape cases. I don't believe it should be legal in cases of grape either. I think you should not punish an innocent baby for the crimes of their father. And I think that people who were conceived, unconsensually, do deserve to be alive. And they deserve life like anybody else. I don't believe they deserve to be killed because of the way they were conceived. And the fetus deletus, for TOS sake, it does not fix anything. It does not unassault the woman. It does not make her less of a victim. It just makes her the mother of a dead child, on top of being a victim. Like, two wrongs don't make a right. They can't. Yeah, scars are more. And the people who do choose life in that situation end up being happier a lot of the time. And if they don't, they can give up the baby. They can give it up for adoption. They don't have to look at it. I agree the child should matter more in that situation. Yeah. Like, the kid did nothing.
Instead of funding scam leering centers, we could fund more things for adoption and other such things, honestly.
Childcare, foster system. Like, instead of giving billions of dollars to leering centers across the country and giving illegals healthcare, why don't we just, actually support the things that matter in this country. Actually, you know, support the youth in ways that matter. I'm trying to hold my tongue because my extremism is rising. Me too. I gotta hold my tongue as well. So says Desmo. She was dropping some wisdom, guys. Abortion problem killed many of the partners or spouses before they were born. Yeah. I've seen a couple people be like, I feel like my soulmate was aborted. Like I feel something in my soul that the person I should have married was aborted. And I don't think that's impossible. Man, I can't speak. This is why I say I support gun ownership, but I'm not comfortable owning a gun. Yeah, we have a gun. I'm just not allowed to hold it. Because of my past issues. I leave that to Desmo. The Bible says, bring all thoughts captive under Christ. I get it, brother. Yeah. It's hard to hold back on some of these things, but we need to. I can't get farther right than I am, I think. I think before getting sinful. As fair. Also, hi, Condron. Thank you for the check-in.
Gato, brother.
Hello, Arabe Mustang. Hello, welcome in. I lost all my guns in a boat accident. Well, go find them. Go.
Oh, it's a shame. Lost all them guns in a boating accident. Now they're just gone forever.
Gone forever. Go get them.
No, they're gone. They're gone. They're just gone now.
Huh? Am I missing a reference to something?
Don't worry about it. They're gone. Just they're gone.
Oh.
Yeah, see, Knott's also lost his guns in a boating accident. See, yeah, like all these lost guns, they're just gone now in a boating accident.
Pew-pews. Why all the pew-pews gone? I like the pew-pews.
I'll talk to you later, love, about all these tragic boating accidents.
Like there's so many boating accidents.
I'll tell you about it later.
Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it.
Yeah, people just like going out on their boats with their guns, and you know something happens, the
Just
waves, and you lose them.
It's just waves hit the ship. Who could have expected that?
Yeah.
Completely unexpected. Waves hitting the ship. No one could have anticipated. I had a boating accident and lost all my digital money. Yeah, I lost my Bitcoin wallet in the ocean. Oh man, it's so sad. Maria, you're so sweet. Thank you. I try to be. I do my best. Guns, no, these are museum pieces. Yeah, it's an antique.
Also, love, I sent you a video on the Twitch redeems for Live 2D. It's actually quite simple.
Oh, okay. We'll get that done next time. We'll see. We'll got it. We'll get it.
And I think the expensive redeems you should have should be redeems like 10,000 or so, switching between 2D and 3D.
Yeah. Okay.
That way, keep the other redeems auto and cheap, and then keep the
big ones.
big
Less
ones,
common.
like that. Less common but manual, because things like that. Big time.
No way! My guns washed ashore with the VIN numbers scratched out. Oh no. Anyways. Man, I can see somebody clipping that and just sending it to the federal government and me being so over. It is so over. I'm back kinda. How are you, brother and sister? I'm doing good. I'm a little bit tired because I only got like 5.5 hours of sleep. But that's okay. We're doing fine. I have caffeine.
Desmo don't feel
okay.
great.
Yes, Desmo is a little bit sick today. He's been coughing up a lung more than usual. We'll have to get him some medicine. I mean, you don't have to be here for a stream. You can go take a little break to go run out and get yourself some medicine.
We got the NyQuil caplets, so it should be good.
True.
Eat them.
We did run out of decongestion though. the regular stuff. But
What?
we
How?
don't care about that, chat.
Oh
I
no,
think
the
it's time for
Guan cuisine. I know.
Yeah. Desmo the bear. Yeah, okay. Get ATF to clip? No! No! Well, there goes my dog. Kofi is a gift from God. Yeah, I need to get myself a stock of white monsters like a true gamer. True gamer. Or like some G Fuel or something, I don't know. Whatever company has the guacamole gamer fart flavored stuff. I don't know how people take that seriously. Would you guys buy a sheep flavored energy drink? What energy drink flavor would I even be? Cause I don't know. What would sheep flavor be? Like marshmallow maybe?
I can tell you what flavor mine would be.
Go for it.
Pine, honey, and berries.
Mm-hmm. That does sound bare. Morning dew or freshly cut grass. Yeah, I'll have the green pastures flavored energy drink. We'll have it be like lemongrass and matcha. Yeah, green pastures energy drink. It was a little bit of lemon in there. Super fresh. You know, be grass. Euros. Oh, that actually does sound good. Matcha flavor. KG Beppis. Welcome to the flock. I hope you enjoy your stay here. We need to get her a gamer subs now. Listen, if someone reaches out to me, we'll see. I have yet to receive any sponsorship deals. Would that be cannibals? Oh, hydrate, thank you. All this talk of drinks is making me thirsty. I love pork and beef. At least you're not a fan of mutton. Templar themed gamer subs when? We'll see about it. Be not afraid, it is just I, the goofiest guy. We found him. God's goofiest guy. Welcome in. Say something goofy for us, Beppis. Say something silly. Where is the wholesome, cozy, holy Iron Mouse? No. I'm not that good. For sure, I'm not that good. I think her voice is cuter than mine, too. Like, she sounds a little more babyish. Now I'm thirsty. Go get you some water. Go get you some of that living water so you don't get thirsty again. Muriel becomes Jojo Chad. What do you think my stand would be? Would it be the Good Shepherd? That would go crazy.
It would
That
be
would go
Desmo.
hard. Desmo? Desmo is my stand? I want a gamer subs energy drink. Wait a second. Can I do a funny? I kind of want to do a funny. Stan Desmo? Hold on. Let me cook. Okay. And then we put that behind the model. And then... Yeah, he's my stand now. He's my stance. Zabero.
Nice.
He'll hit you with his bare hands. Hey, Gotti. Can we have fan art of this, please? I need me drawn in a JoJo style with Desmo, super buff, ripped Desmo, as my stand. Thank you, please. Are we having steak? Maybe. Cutest stand I've ever seen, yeah. I mean, he's just in his goofy, fluffy bear form. He's just gotta lock in.
Mhm.
Don't look behind you. I see Freddy's Fazbear. He's right
He's
behind,
right behind me, isn't he?
He's right behind me, isn't he? My sand name, the Grizzler. The Grizzler. I've never felt this about this. Do I drink the baptism water in the church for living water? I don't think that's how it works. I don't think it's physical water. Freddy Fazbear. Ho, 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 ho.
All right, I'm gonna see how things go if I load up Monster Hunter. So like, if things slow down, let me know.
Well, if chat, if the stream goes down, it's because Desmo tried to stream, multi-stream, and also play Monster Hunter at the same time. So, hang in there, chat. Hang in there. We make him small again. He's the little guy. The little guy. Yep. Here we go. Hunt them monsters. It's devolved into ho this stream, hasn't it? It has. Oh no, we have ads. Quick, save them from ad jail. Help the poor people out. Help them. The lambs need our help. New Desmo is a plushie. Yeah, we'll get Desmo a plushie one day. Obviously not from what was it? Makeship, the ones who dropped Celeste. Yeah, I'm not.
It would have to be a Fumo.
I bought Manic Pixie here because I don't know what it is. Did I miss that? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. This one? Nope, not that one. This one. So it's just a short, cute little short, pixie cut. So it's like a Ramona Flowers type of hair. It's a pretty big fan favorite. Honestly, a Desmo plushie with a little cigar would be nice. That would be pretty cute. Someone inject like a fog machine into it. Real smoke. Real-time smoke features. Someone just give him a vape. Maria Grace VT is Desmond the Tax Bear. You're now a tax attorney. Need more Fumo? Huh?
Oh, if I'm handling tax is an illegal stance, like illegal word. Sorry, I don't feel well. If I'm handling taxes in a legal format like that, we're all in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're good with numbers. You'd do fine. You'd be fine.
My math's a little rusty.
We have calculators. Anarcho-capitalism. Hello, sheepy girl. Hello, Catho Broski. It's nice to see you. Hello, yes, I am sheepy girl. I say smooth brain stuff sometimes. And it's pretty funny on occasion. I hope you stick around. Hopefully an El Gato plush to go along with them. I would collect plushies of all my friends. I gotta get good at sewing plushies just so I can make some for all my friends. Just make them plushies of themselves.
Gotta have a Gato plush along with it, yeah. Absolutely.
With real-time action propeller hat. And groomable mustache. Tax Bear is the boss from Zombie Kill of the Week Reborn, which steals your money at the touch. That's crazy. So he's just like a
Nice.
real tax guy. Always stealing your money. I don't care who the government sends. I'm not paying my taxes. Desmo
Colonel,
sounds a
can you
lot
hear
like-
me? This is Snake.
This is your snake. Colonel. I'm dummy thick. I'm able to swap between a spinny hat and a little sombrero. Yeah, get you the sombrero. Also put a little propeller at the top for funsies. We had a Boston Tea Party over 0.5%, and now they want more than 50. Yeah, we have thrown tea in the seas for a lot less than what we're getting taxed for now. America has lost its backbone. We need to start throwing things in the ocean again. You should do that voice while sick, but you have you should not do that voice while sick, but you have your fun, man. You deserve it, brother.
Oh no, this is kind of how my voice just does when I'm sick. It kind of gets like this right here. So that's just kind of how it does.
Yeah. It doesn't take a whole lot to switch from bat to snake. Also, hello, Wanderery. Welcome to the flock. And thank you for the lurk, Knots. Remember to check in, my lambs. Make sure we get an accurate head count on the flock. Would you wrestle sheep? I don't know, they're pretty strong. I don't know, do you think I could handle a real sheep? They are kind of dumb. Maybe I could trick them into an advantageous position for myself. I don't know. Maybe I could take one. Do I get to use any tools? Do I get like one of those shepherd canes with the little hook? I want to see if I can draw Bailey fan art. He would look so cute. I will also work on the mascot if I can. My drawing tablet has been having a couple of problems, so we'll see. I think the cord in it went bad, and I need to get replacements. But we have spent a ridiculous amount of money trying to fix my internet. So, maybe later. The mascot you showed me forever ago? Yes, that one. That one. I still have yet to finish it. I can recommend you a Geoman PD 1161 drawing tablet. I already have a really nice drawing tablet. The cord just went bad for some reason. I don't know what happened to it. Oh yeah, you talked about getting a backup line, right? Yeah. We spent a good deal of money fixing the internet when it went out. So we're a little bit broke at the moment, but we're okay. We're fine. I just have to go without getting a new cord for a little while, probably. Yeah. Pepe Kwai. Still very sad, but I'll be alright. I'll be a-okay. Don't you lambs worry about me. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy vibing. I'll be just fine. But I did see a little while ago someone mentioned that it seems like it's time for Kahoot. What do you guys think? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for Kahoots? Cause I'm ready. To Desmond, you are a sloth bear. To Desmond, are you a sloth bear? Desmo?
Grizzly.
He's a grizzly bear. He's a grizzly. He's the grizzler. AKA Big Grizz Desmo. aka Husbear, aka Freddy Fazbear. Ho 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 ho. If somebody clips me doing that, I'm quitting. I'm quitting streaming. But let us move on to how do I end up making it for the quiz? I missed the lesson for it. It's okay. A lot of these you can get by guessing. It's not too hard. I promise. We'll be okay. It's okay. I believe in you. You're gonna do great. Okay. Let us get this up and going. Hold on. And then we go to this one. And then we open up this. Okay. And then audio. Turn that off. Awesome. We have Kahoot. We are Kahooting. We're so back. We are so back. Alright, so what you do is you join at either www.kahoot.it or you can play in the Kahoot app. And all you have to do is put in this little pin code here. And we will start in, let's say, 2 minutes. So you have until 9:54 Eastern Standard Time to get your keister in the lobby. Because we have waited a long time before. And people have not... Aw, I have a shear again. Well... It was nice knowing you, Hair. Alright, we have to do bald Kahoot now. Yes, you also have a little guy that you can customize. But the winner of this game will win either a gifted sub, a game from Humble Bundle, or Bald for 30 minutes. So put
Game of my choice.
Yeah, game of Desmo's choice. Oh, not a true bald. I see hair. I know. I can't. This is as bald as I can make this model. I'm sorry. All right, you have 1 minute to get your keister in here. Because we have had like bots before, where like a ton of people will just flood in instantly. So we want to avoid that. A Yoshi, Urchinzilla, Jackal, Let Me Live, Gizmoof, Woman, Avoider, Ozone, Deadsprung, Intruder, and Cryptic. All coming in now. Alright, we're getting close to starting. Can you guys hear the audio well? Can you guys hear the music good? Doesn't work on my browser. You can try your mobile phone. What are you using? Yes? Okay, you can hear the music good. Cannot hear music at all. Hold on. Is that better? No, but I have my volume pretty low. How is it now? There you go, there we go. Kahoot music slaps, okay? Kahoot music slaps. So, alright. It is 9:54. So, let us begin. Alright, gamers. First question. What is the main argument in Chapter 5? Life evolved from simple forms. Life arose from natural laws. Life needs an intelligent cause. Or life came from outer space. What do you guys think? messing up all the things. It's okay. It's okay. There we go. Life needs an intelligent cause. Good job, guys. And Cryptic in number 1 with Woman Avoider at a very close second. And Green Muck in 3rd. What did the famous 1950s experiment trying to create life's building blocks in a lab actually show? It perfectly copied the ancient atmosphere. It proved life began by natural chemicals. It created working proteins for life, or it used wrong conditions for early Earth. What is it? App updates are the bane of my existence. You're okay. It's okay. If you didn't get it the first time around, the code is still on the bottom there, I believe. So don't you worry. Don't you worry, friends. But yes, it used the wrong conditions for early Earth. Woman Avoider, now at number 1 with Jackal in 3rd and Urchin. No, Jackal in 2nd and Urchin in 3rd. I cannot count. I should not be teaching you guys anything. How does the book describe a living cell? As a basic chemical mix, like a random particle set, like a miniature city, or as an evolving structure. I didn't study. It's okay. It's been a while. It's been over a week. It's alright if you're rusty. It's okay. It's okay. Just do your best. I believe in you. Yes, it's like a miniature city with a bunch of moving parts. Cryptic in 3rd. What does DNA contain according to the authors? Specified complex information, simple chemical reactions, random genetic mutations, or basic evolutionary codes. What is it, guys? Music in this goes hard, man. It's so intense. I'm doing pretty good for not having read the book. Yeah, it's specified complex information. Good job, everyone. Let Me Live in 3rd with Woman Avoider still at the tippy top. What is the probability of life arising by chance? Certain in warm ponds, extremely low odds, proven by lab tests, or high with enough time. What is the probability? Is it for certain in warm ponds? Is it proven by lab tests? Is it extremely low? Or with enough time, is it a high probability? Extremely low odds. We're talking hundreds of zeros, if not more. We're talking 0.000000000. You'd have to win the lottery multiple times in a row to replicate that luck. What did Pasteur's experiments demonstrate? Life only comes from life. Bacteria forms from chemicals. Spontaneous generation happens, or vaccines create new life. Can COVID vaccine get you pregnant? I don't know. That was top 5. Good job, Gizmo. Alright, guys. Life only comes from life. Alright. Let Me Live now in 2nd, and Green Muck in 3rd, and Woman Avoider still at the tippy top. What evidence exists for a prebiotic soup? So the primordial soup. No geological support, seen in ancient fossils, created in lab simulations, or found in rock layers. What is it, guys? Did you find out via Prego tests? Pregnant via COVID vaccination. Alright, we still are neck and neck. If the information in the DNA of a single cell organism were written out like a book, how long would that book be? It would be the same length as the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy, a short novel, 1,000 complete sets of encyclopedias, or 4 to 6 paragraphs. What do you think? I may have told you a little hint on this one earlier. Yes, 1,000 complete encyclopedias. And that's just in a single cell. Not even a full walking, talking organism like you and I. Why do authors critique naturalistic biologists? Why do the authors? I missed a the. Never mind that. They deny evolution exists. They prove divine creation. They support alien origins. Or they ignore life's complexity. Got myself a little sip of water. Sponsored by Stanley Cup. They ignore life's complexity. Jackal and Cryptic, now in second and third respectively, and Woman Avoider, still killing it. Number 10, which worldview does it take more faith to believe in? Naturalism or creationism? This one should be easy. I'm guessing it almost half right. Sammy, you're back! Hi, Sammy, thank you for the check-in. Yes. Wait. Oh no, I actually... Wait, I said that one wrong. Oh no. Oh no, I said it was the wrong one! I'm so sorry, guys! I'm so sorry! Did you like today's quiz? Everyone should say no. No. It was rigged. I'm so sorry. Oh, 7. I'm sorry. Heresy. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Understandable. Oh my goodness. It was rigged. Cryptic in third. Jackal in second. And in first place, we have Woman Avoider. I'm so sorry I messed it up, but congratulations to the people who won. It probably would have been the same results if I didn't mess it up too. I'm so sorry. Too tough competition. Yeah, it's all the woman avoiding he does. It gives him an advantage. I missed the Kahoot. I'm sorry. I studied the VOD instead of sunlight. But yes, Woman Avoider. Let us know what you want your prize to be. Do you want a gifted sub, a new game, or bald for 30 minutes? Speaking of which, I have the bob hair back. What will it be? What will it be, Mr. Woman Avoider? But let us go back to our just chatting. And there we go. Wait a second. I don't think we have music. Wait a minute. There we go. Well, sorry, back to lurking while I play Overwatch with my friends. Fun, Crystal. Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Have fun. Gift someone a sub, but I'll pay it forward, not from not giving you one. Well, who would you like to gift it to? Would you like random or someone in particular? Your choice. But in the meantime, I'm gonna yap for just a little while longer. Is it Twitch only participation? What do you mean? The Kahoot? Not necessarily. I mean, you wouldn't be able... Oh, it's a website called... Yeah. It's a website called Kahoot. Anyone can join. You don't have to even be watching my stream. You can be anywhere and have the code, and you'll be able to participate. But, yeah, the Kahoot game, you don't have to be on Twitch to play Kahoot. We just won't be able to gift you a sub if that's what you choose. Not quite yet. Not until I get monetized on YouTube. Give it to... Cryptic. Okay, we can do that. New subscriber? Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Pervy Hates. Thank you. I think I also got it fixed. The redeem there. I finally fixed my notifications for a single subscriber. Give me a round of applause, guys. It took all my brain cells. Let's see. So he wanted to give it to Cryptic, right? Desmo? Yeah. Yeah. Our winner of today wanted to gift his sub to Cryptic. Yeah, he'll get to it when he can. He's probably busy hunting monsters, but we will get it eventually. I hope I didn't give Des my flu. You passed it on. You're contagious. Your internet contagious. I got busy. I'm sorry. You're fine. You don't have to do anything for me. I'm just happy you're here now. I'm happy you showed up to begin with. I'm surprised that anybody, is interested in watching me. I'm just a little smooth-brained sheepy, and you guys seem to enjoy that. And I'm very happy that you do. I quite enjoy all of your companies. Did you choose Bald? No. No, he chose to gift us up to somebody else. To our lovely friend Cryptic. Yeah. We'll get to that very soon.
Alright, I've taken down one of 2 Sergios, so I'll do that real quick.
Taking a break from the hunting of monsters to to gift you a subscription.
To Cryptic.
To Cryptic. Happy to be here, friend. I'm happy you're here. Sadness, it's okay, I understand. It's alright, I made the ball cheaper. I made it cheaper just to appease you all. And Desmo with the gifted sub to Cryptic. Congratulations on winning Woman Avoider. And thank you for being so generous with your prize. And we redeemed a sheer. I can't stand you people.
Alright, time to find another one.
Eat it up.
Double Sergios hunt.
Woolites, if you want to combat this, you can just redeem one of the hair redeems. Start the war again. Start it up. let's have our gang violence. Doesn't make you feel sheepish? That's racist. That's speciesist. Ban him. Ban him. Gizmo! Gizmo! Wait a second. Wait a second. That's so many subscriptions. Thank you. Oh my goodness. You didn't have to do all that. Thank you so much. Remember to thank your gifter, guys. Gizmove. You're too sweet. My goodness. Baldness brings gifts. Maybe I should do this all the time. Maybe I should do this more often. Lamb and beef are good. Beef is better. Listen, nothing beats a good hamburger. I hope you like that sound effect. You're gonna hear it a lot. My goodness. My goodness. Goodness gravy. That's a lot of subscriblers. Subscriptions. Thank you so much, Gizmo. That really means a lot to me. 30 times in fact, yeah. Thank you so much. If you did get a new subscription, make sure if you type in chat, you will have another little lamb on the screen. You'll have a little guy on the bottom of the screen who will read out your chats. I may not get all of them, but they'll be there. You can also customize that little sheepy on the bottom of the screen. In my About Me tab, I think it is. The About Me tab on my Twitch. That way you can... yeah, you can customize it. You can change its color and its little accessories. Yes, you can customize your little lamb. Have I not said that? I'm pretty sure that I've said that a couple times now. McDonald's is scary. No one knows who McDonald is. It was just a guy, wasn't it? That's a lot of little sheep. Yeah, I got it.
It was the McDonald's brothers back in the day. Then Ray Kroc took it all.
Darn you, capitalism. Back at it again. Back at it again. We need anarcho-capitalism. I heard McDonald had a farm. I heard that too. The word gets around. Gizmo has the best sheep. Looks like Rousey. E-I-E-I-O. Welcome all the new sheep. Welcome, welcome. My goodness, I think... Are you now tied with Knots? Or are you above Knots now? Hold up, let me refresh my page. Let me refresh. Still? Okay. 30 total. But Gizmo just did 30, so they're... No, Gizmo with the 31. Gizmo took the top spot. Yeah, Gizmo took top spot. And before Knots comes in and swoops his top spot again. You guys are funny. The Founder is a good movie to see the McDonald's story. I thought the McDonald's story was in Super Size Me. I thought that was the canon McDonald's story. Does anyone remember being shown that in like middle school or high school? Brain rot edits or YouTube poops? I'm gonna show my age here because I like brain rot better. It's I think it's ever so slightly a little more creative. I don't know. I bet maybe heresy. You're both amazing people. Thank you for the subs. You guys are amazing. My mom showed me. What are we showing your madre? Eh? Super Size Me was traumatic. Yeah, this that movie was kind of just a whole bunch of fraud. Cause the dude also it was a pole? Eh? Nandesu Oh, it was a pole thing. Oh, I see. Desmond, can we get a poll that is voting on YouTube poops versus brain rot and twin tails? I love my twin tails. Wait, that's not it. There we go. Truly a sheepy like me. Yes, I love my twin tails. They're so bouncy. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Guys, I just figured out how to explode the sheep. Wait, how do you do that? You can make a poll on YouTube too? Maybe. That's up to Desmo though. I don't know how to do all that. Hi, Ritzy. How are you doing? Also, shoutouts to Ritzy. She's a wonderful sister in Christ who I will be on one of her podcasts sometime soon. I think within the month, if I remember correctly. Yes, follow the Ritzy VT. Give her a follow, show her some love. Oh, it's a exclamation point and bomb. Bomb costs 10. You only have 3 gold. You have to have 10 gold to bomb the sheeps. Rev says, Desu, is that you? No, but he does follow me. We are moots. He actually followed me before I followed him, which is crazy. Him and Straub. Maybe we collab one day. One day. It's alright. You can gamble for more gold. I don't know how any of the stream avatars works. They're kind of just there. I don't know how they work, but they do. I think they're cute. Oh, command list. Huh. Man, this website is way too technically advanced for me. I don't know what to do. I don't know none of this. My brain too smooth. My brain is too smooth for all this. Kids, I just went big on the slots. They integrated gambling into my calm, cozy Twitch stream, as God intended. I just learned about it myself, just recently. Hello, I'm new here. Hello, Meiko. Meiko Hamura, welcome in. Hey guys, what did I miss? We played Kahoot. We played Kahoot together. Now all we have to do is start reading eventually after I'm done yapping, because I love yapping to you guys. Item not found. You can see all items here. Fair enough. Sounds fun. Who won? Woman Avoider. The great and noble Woman Avoider, our favorite monk. We be avoiding women though. I think I added the woman emote in my thing recently. It should be, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Women. Wait, do I have a make emoji big? Do I have that? No, why don't I have that? Fair enough. I do love my women emote. I want to be prepared if you do another one. Yeah. I also have my VODs up on my YouTube, I believe. Along with all kinds of clips from my streams, edited down to just the cool conversations. Woman sips coffee. Women. Oh yeah, the Mikudemus. I love the Mikudemus emote too, but that's not mine. So sad. So sad. Do we add the Mikudemus to the Little Lambs emotes set? No, not that noise. What the heck was that sound? That was me slurping coffee. In an attempt to demean women. That was the sound. You guys don't like my ASMR? That was my dream. I was gonna become an ASMR artist. You guys don't like it? No, Kofi. Yeah, YouTube poops won the poll. Congratulations, YouTube poopers. Unfollow. Rip. Shoot those streams down. Y'all are dragging me out of the kitchen with that one. Do not let her cook. Do not let her cook. She's burning everything. That's rough. He's very talented. Good singer too. I loved Dragon Soul. According to the stream avatar leaderboard, you are the richest among us. Christ is king. You are king of the sheep. That was some of the best ASMR I've ever heard. I don't like ASMR. I don't know if I take that as a compliment or not. I don't have a Kahoot account. Should I make one or can I play without? I think you can play without it. There's both a website and a mobile app. Whichever you want. I liked his cover of Dragon Ball GT's JP opening. Wait, what happened? Why are we bringing up the Dragon Ball?
Dragon Soul.
Yeah,
mentioned that was mentioned. I don't know. I guess I'm mentioning the GT's opening as well. Mentioned it before.
Or something?
No, I think it's just I don't know.
I don't know. I just got here. You can play Kahoot without an account. Yes. King is on top. A Baldian on top. Say it ain't so. It was sort of a compliment. I only even bother listening to the funny ones when they come up on my YouTube recommendations. Yeah, I remember seeing like Catboy falls down the stairs ASMR. Your boyfriend who's proposing to you gets run over by a car ASMR. Eating uranium ASMR. Mukbang. throwing pots and pans into a ravine ASMR. those are top ASMRs. Not a coincidence that the Baldian is richest. Bald on top. Oh, I haven't seen the uranium one? Yeah, we'll make it. I'm gonna put some uranium on my throne. If you guys buy it for me, I will do eating uranium ASMR. I will do it. Buy me uranium. Buy me uranium. Crackling Geiger counter ASMR. Based? Like the ice being smashed on pavement videos? Ooh, those are good too. Those are awesome too. Crunchy. Crunchy. Uranium is edible, it's just not healthy. Why not? What's wrong with it? It's just a rock. What are you, afraid of a little rock? Not me. Rock can't hurt me unless it's being bashed into my head. Metal pipe ASMR? Good idea, good idea. Give me some glowing green candy. Chernobyl mukbang ASMR for real? Technically anything is edible. Once. A rock killed Abel, but yeah, it's just a teeny rock. It's like a pebble. It's just a little pebble of uranium. It can't hurt you. It can't hurt you. Contains a few billion calories too, so if you need to hit your macros, yeah, if you need to bulk up, just eat some uranium. Are you trying to bulk? Uranium. It's a miracle food. Crush it up and put it into your protein drink. Are you listening to this, Samson? Are you listening to this? Have you considered uranium? Black sheep. Black sheep. Yes, I need to have a normal. I need to have a normal redeem for my regular white hair. No, I need to lose a few pounds. No uranium for me. Try Ozempic. Don't try Ozempic, you will go blind. Hey, that looks good, thank you. Begins Googling uranium pre-workout. Yeah. All you have to do is get a tumbler that's made with like the uranium glass. So it's like that like bright glowing green glass. So you can have your micro uranium dosages. Yeah. His name is Samsung Miss Maria. My bad. Samsung Smartfish. Get your uranium microdosing. Uranium maxing, yeah. Radioactive maxing. Can I build up a radiation tolerance? I believe with God anything's possible. Including radiation maxing. I mean, I've always wanted to make a rocket fuel my gamer sauce flavor. Might as well add uranium to it, yeah, for extra flavor. What do you think uranium tastes like? Sam sung a lullaby about how life's good at Best Buy. Speaking of singing, I have been thinking. Maybe I add a redeem where I do some karaoke for you guys. So you can pick out a song out of a pre-made list. And I will do a little karaoke of it. I've been thinking, chat. I know it's a rare occasion. But don't worry too much. I can cook sometimes. Might be fun. I was thinking of like gospel music. Like I like Amazing Grace. That's one of my favorites to sing. For completely unbiased reasons. Megalovania not singing song. So War of Ages is not on the menu. Wow, no, that's a redeem. Maybe women can think. Don't go too crazy. What will science think of next? Women thinking? Do you know Amazing Grace? Yeah, I know it. Holy, Holy, Holy is my personal favorite. Because I'm a seraph. I made a Kahoot account. Very nice. Well, you can play with us next week then. Can you do through the fire and flames? I could certainly try. Alright, we have balled again. This is rigged. It's rigged. Woolites, please save me. I need hair again. Please save me. I'm so cold. I feel so lonely without my hair. It's so cold. Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I'm warm again. I'm warm again. And it's with Dills. And thank you guys. You've also saved me from being emo.
Why not the shiny bulb? There's a reason for that.
Because this is a customizable model, and that's how bald I can make it. I have not figured out how to get rid of that one hair layer. Maybe I should also look that up while I'm on break tomorrow. I'm glad we can tell Maria jokes that would never feel comfortable telling anyone ever. Hit me with your best shots. I've got a pretty decent sense of humor. I like all kinds of jokes. Particularly the ones that make other people gasp. Those are some of my favorites.
Just keep it TOS friendly. That's all I ask.
Yeah, don't get me bans, or don't get yourself bans. You just asked a bunch of chuds for a joke. A big mistake. Women. God's greatest joke? Women. Hey, wait, guys, y'all want me to Photoshop Maria on Mr. Clean or The Rock? Ban him. Ban him. Get him out of here. You're not allowed. Not allowed. I cooked on this turbiover. St. Lawrence. Get him out of here. Don't give him his coat. That's honestly the farthest I will take jokes. I may not even say it again. No, it was a great joke. Baba Black Sheep. You guys like the Baba Black Sheep, don't you? What do you guys prefer, the black hair or the white hair? Because I don't know, both are pretty nice. Have you any wool? Have you any wool, good sir? Not me most of the time. Cheap racist swap. Black hair is cool and edgy. I don't know, it's just black. It's not that edgy. There's a lot of things that I am, and edgy is not one of them. I could not be intimidating if I tried. Like, I could try a little bit. Hold on. Just temporary. Okay, we do that. So we're looking a little more edgy, but we also add on this filter. We add on this one. Do I look a little intimidating now? Do I look like I can't be trusted with kitchen knives? Nah, I'm not cut out for intimidating. Not me. I'm built for cute little guy. Hyper, thank you for the clip. I needed that one. Valid clip. You look like you just need a hug, man. I do need hugs. I love hugs. Look like Hex Maniac from Pokemon? Oh, you look like a Pokemon character. You're so scary. You're so scary. You look like a Pokemon character. Yeah. A Pokemon is like top scariness I can achieve. I wouldn't trust a woman with a kitchen knife anyways. That's fair. I don't know that many of you would trust me with a knife, you know, with my standard look either. And I don't blame you. I can't be trusted with knives. I will end up like hurting myself or something on accident. Gamers. Hello, Ryuko. Welcome in. I wouldn't trust myself with a kitchen knife. Understandable. They're tricky. They're tricky to get a hang of. What's been up? We did our Kahoot. And Mr. Woman Avoider has won. I honestly need a hug sometimes. I wish I could give you one. I would give you all hugs if I could. But alas, I am digital and probably live more than 100 miles away from most of you. And even if you did live in my state, I don't know. I don't want you to know where I live. I don't want you to know where I live. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Going to make me cry. It's okay. It's okay. I'd give you hugs if I could. All my little lambs deserve hugs. You're so fluffy and cute. How can I resist hugging you guys? Look at you all down there. You're all so cute. You're all so cute. I constantly live in a state of confusion. Me too. Me too. My state is confusion. So far I haven't done anything dangerous with a knife. Well, you're not trying hard enough. Clearly. Get good. Get good, bozo. Could Duff use a hug? You're good at hugs, Contron. First time me and Contron met, he lifted me up. Which is a Herculean task considering I am 450 pounds even, you know. Living in my mom's basement. I can't even make it up the stairs. Are boneless wings just chicken nuggets, basically? I don't like meat with bone in it. Take the bone out. That's not supposed to be there. 450 pounds, yeah. I've been uranium maxing. It's a lot of calories, you know? It's a lot of calories, but I have to bulk up. The cut's gonna be insane, guys. The cut is gonna be insane. Did you just call me short? No. I have no right to call anybody short. I have no right to call anybody short. I am a whopping 5'2". I have no right to call anyone short. Alright? That would be probably as hypocritical as I could get. Small. Don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. Is uranium like supremely crunchy? It is. 5'2". Yeah. Insane. Your arms. Oh. Okay, the phone glitched out. My tracking glitched out. It's fine. It's fine. Shorty, shut up. Shut up. I'm not that short. I'm not that short. I'm just a little vertically challenged. It's okay, guys. It's all right. We're fine. We're fine. Super short? That's not super short. Okay, super short would be like 4 foot and whatever. I have not reached the 4 foot mark. Okay, you're gonna have to wait until I become like a crotchety old lady for me to shrink. Or like maybe I get like my kneecaps removed. All right. Like I get my feet cut off, then I'd be 4 feet, something like that. I'm not that short. I'm a little bit short, but I'm not that short. You'll be 4'11" at that point. Yeah. I will be very short when I reach 4 feet something, okay? I am not that short. 4'9", Maria, when she becomes 70 years old, I'm gonna be so real, gang. I don't know if I'm making it to 70. I don't know if I'm making it to 70. I've God has nerfed me quite a lot. I've got so many health issues. I'd be lucky if I make it to 40, gang. I'm lucky if I haven't hit you know, middle age like 4 years ago. All right. Now you gotta make it to 70. You'll be fine. You guys won't be watching VTubers by the time I'm 70. You'll forget all about me. You'll be like, who is that one sheep girl from like a million years ago? I don't know. Who cares? I'm aiming for 100 if God wills it. Jesus coming, none of us making it to 70 here. True. True, if Jesus comes back, we ain't making it to 70.
I mean, technically speaking, we're making it past that at that point if he comes back.
True. I mean, on Earth, in our physical bodies. If you're over 35, you're middle-aged. Take it from this 37-year-old. I'm 24 at the moment. I'll be 25 in May. Are you familiar with Vic Mignogna? He is a devout follower in Jesus.
Yes.
I don't think so, but
I am. I met him in person once, many years ago.
ooh.
He was actually leaving a convention, and my buddy's like, "Hey, can we?" He stopped. He's like, "Yeah, sure." Took a picture and chatted for like a minute or two. Then he left.
Huh. So you
Cool
met
guy.
him.
Cool guy, nice guy.
Who does he voice?
Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist, Broly from Dragon Ball Super movie.
Oh, I see.
I don't think he'll voice him anymore because of the industry being horrible. But no, he was a great dude.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. He sounds cool. If you voice for Dragon Ball, you get some cool points in my book. Yeah, that is really cool. We need more Christians working on Dragon Ball. Eternity in heaven as servants to God, I hope. Yeah. Credible Holic, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flock. Man, I'm getting tired. Yeah, we need more Christians, period. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on. I've had a couple people who were, either atheist or agnostic come into my chat, and I've had talks with them. That's my goal. Why our hobbies? Hello, welcome in. Explanation probably wasn't the best. Whoops, you're fine. You're fine. I mean, technically did voiceover for Dragon Ball. I technically did voiceover for Dragon Ball. Just an unhinged dub of a mobile game for it. What's the story behind that?
Nice.
What's the story behind that? Are you a voice actor about this? That's so cool. I want to hang on VRC again. Haven't done that in a long time. Maybe. I have to do some things after stream, so I won't be able to do it like directly after I get off of here.
Gato. I'm playing Monster Hunter. I'm not feeling great right now, so I'm just playing Monster Hunter. If you want to hop into some Monster Hunter, let me know, man.
Yeah, that's what can keep you company. But I gotta do a few things. But yeah, I do think we should. Oh, I used to voice Sonic.exe. The DB thing was just some improv I did on the stream. You want me to tag you on the clip of it? Sure. Send a link. I'll check it out later. That sounds pretty cool. Not tonight, I mean soon. Okay. Alright. We'll do some VRC hangouts. I might do one tomorrow since it's my day off, once I get everything done. I play Pokemon, I catch monsters, not hunt them. Yeah, same. I've never been able to get into Monster Hunter, but I may be playing it on stream with Desmo on Valentine's Day. Because he has been pestering me to play it for so long. Like, all he wants to do is play Monster Hunter with me.
I'd also be happy with Stardew Valley, but that would require some setup.
Yeah. Stardew Valley, that would be a long thing to play, though. That would be a multi-stream thing. Yeah, I don't like that stuff. Very demonic. Huh? What stuff? Oh, like, creepypasta stuff? Yes, some of it can be. I'm not a huge horror fan myself. Not huge. I used to like it more in the past, but I don't think it's good for my brain. For my little baby brain. here it is. I will check that out later. But I think sheep scare easy, right? Yeah, we're a little bit skittish. We're a little bit sheepish. A little bit sheepish. You get it? It's sheepish. Also currently hell diving. Understandable. I could also not get into Helldivers. Number one, I'm not huge into shooters. Number two, it killed my PC. Like it was chugging. The optimization in that game is doo-doo farting, alright? I could not handle it. Women have humor, very funny, yes. Ahoy, sheep lady and bearman. Hello, cryptic. Cryptid tech. My goodness, I am losing it. I cannot read. I'll do horror in the daytime, but after sunset, I will not touch it. Gives me anxiety. Yeah, I can't play horror. I think my blood pressure would go up too much. Oh, new sub! Traveling Spartan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. I don't know what I was gonna say. I love to my game better than Helldivers 2 with any luck. Nice. I'm watching YouTube and drinking a protein smoothie. What flavor of protein smoothie? Listen, nothing beats like a peanut butter protein smoothie. Like peak. Actual peak. What's your game about and genre? Man, I should actually do a genuine playthrough of Stardew. It's really good. If you haven't played it, you should. It's such a cozy game. Now I'm on the Twitch side. Hello, welcome to Twitch. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I couldn't hear earlier, but soon? What's soon? Oh, thank you for the follow. Nixidus the Knight. Thank you. Welcome to the flock. Ezekiel Maxwell, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, viewers. My name is Maria Grace. I am a silly little Christian sheepy VTuber, and I focus on saying-based things and studying apologetics and being a silly little guy. Welcome in. Welcome in. How was your stream, Ezekiel? Maybe I should ask him in chat. Oops. Overgrown hair. Okay. 'Cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Stream was good. I was playing Phasmophobia. Well, we were talking about spooky games not too long ago, actually. I can't play spooky games. My blood pressure will go up, and I'll burst my heart again. It's not good. I can't play spooky games. I would be happy to force Samson to play spooky games, though. We need to. Okay, me and Samson have thought about doing like a charity stream together sometime, and he has he has forever dragged his feet about playing Five Nights at Freddy's. So I was thinking, maybe if we set it as a donation goal, we could bully him into playing Five Nights at Freddy. What do you think, guys? What do you think? We bully the fish into browning his pants over some bears. I'm not dragging my feet. I just don't want to do it. That's the definition of dragging feet, bruh. That's the definition. You're dragging your fins. Alright, buddy? I must agree. I was telling Samson we need to get him, you, and Desmo together in a D&D game. Well, boy, howdy, what an idea that is, right, Desmo?
Yeah, I need to finish the mystery dungeon stuff. Other than that, though, I am playing in Crimson Crusaders D&D game with my character Bulk, my half-orc barbarian.
But Desmo, for a while now, has been working on a D&D campaign that takes place in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon world. But for those of you who have not played those games, it's basically a dungeon crawling Pokemon game where you play as the Pokemon. So all of the players will be Pokemon, and all of the NPCs and bosses and all the characters will be Pokemon. So I was thinking I was gonna play Tinkaton. I'll play a Tinkaton. I already got Mr. Uber Marshall to play Corviknight with me. So I think that'll be a very fun dynamic. We'll also have Samson in the group. He wanted to play the Machamp line. He wanted to play the Machamp line because, well, 4 arms, 4 strong arms. It makes sense. Mystery Dungeon is fun, yes. Legitimately,
Gato also was involved as well, yes.
Yeah? Which one was he gonna play again? I forgot. I can't keep track of so many people.
I believe I have it in my notes. I might have it in my notes.
If it's not a Meowth, I riot. I riot. I wish I could play D&D. You can. I mean, there's lots of people looking for members. If I knew how to make sprites of y'all, I would make an RPG maker of you, Desmo Samson, and an unknown fork. Add in Celestium. Add in Celeste. That would be pretty dope. I like the Gen 5 one because I'm nostalgic for that gen. Snivy fans rise up. Well, I guess I like Superior over all of the other final evolutions, so I guess I am Snivy gang. But I don't like it until it turns into Superior. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Agua. I like your new model. Thank you. This isn't a permanent one, but it's a customizable model. I'll be working on a new model quite soon, over the break. Beastmon.
Gato, you were in group 2.
Yeah, I don't think I was in that group. No.
You know, you're also in group 2 as well with the Gumi character. Yeah, because remember you had 2 different character ideas you were gonna do. Technically 3,
but. What did Kanchan want to be?
He didn't specify. I put down a cat probably because he didn't tell me.
Yeah, so that's why I don't remember because you didn't choose. You always forget me, brother. You didn't choose one. There wasn't
Blue
nothing.
Shoe said maybe
there
a
was
Starly.
nothing to remember.
I have Elias and
nothing
County
to
down.
remember.
They were Gengar.
Gengar. Okay.
You can do that.
Yeah. I come back and we're suddenly talking about the best Gen 5 starter. Nice. Oh, Pokemon, never mind. Yeah, probably Starly. I thought you would be like, wait, what's a lobster Pokemon? I forget, it was a Gen 6 Pokemon. What was the name of that thing? I caught a shiny one before. Man, the Gen 6, like, little lobster guy. I can't remember the name.
Launcher, Howitzer.
Clawitzer. I think that was it. It'd be Clawitzer. Clauncher. Yeah. Yep. Those two. Yep. Yep. You got it. That's your character. You are Lobster Man. Lushu Lobster.
You know, Lucius was down for Starly, maybe he said. So before, so yeah, Starly it is.
Understandable.
You know, group 2 is you, Elias, Keone, Luciu, and Contron.
Understandable.
If we can, it'll also depend on people's schedules. So groups might get shifted around based on who's available when. So that's also a thing to consider.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of availability. Hello, what's going on? We're just talking about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop game that we plan on putting on.
Code, you were group 3.
Yeah. You want to be the little ghosty guy from Gen 9. The ghosty blade dude. My first shiny was a Golbat. Mine technically was the Lake of Rage Gyarados, but my second shiny was a shiny Starmie that I fished up in Gen 6. Poggers and yeah, Ceruledge. That's
Charcadet,
it.
yeah, Charcadet and Ceruledge, yeah.
Keone wanted to play
Alolan
I think it
Vulpix.
was Alolan Vulpix. Elias wanted Riolu because he's basic.
That's not nice. Always
He's
with
basic.
always with a bullying Elias. Tisk.
It's literally one of the most a common favorite Pokemon ever. Literally one of the most common. He's not original. It is basic. As basic. At least I choose one that's pretty out there. Like I chose Gumi and Tinkaton. I mean, Tinkaton is pretty popular, but Gumi and Goodra aren't. I don't like Pokemon. Here I stand. Ban him. Get him out of here. Don't give him his coat. Don't give him his coat. Banned. I mean, it's basic, but it is great. Yeah, the design is good. I never got the appeal of it, though. I never understood the
question.
appeal.
Anime suggestions.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Freerin if you haven't watched it. I'm also a big fan of Angel Beats, which is a little less known. And a little bit old now, considering it was from like 2010. Fair. I know Flygon isn't very good either, fortunately. Fantastic design though. Yeah, I love Flygon. We can we could make Flygon work for people who wanted it. If somebody in our campaign wanted to play it. Mods, shear this man. Mods, give this man a COVID booster. 8 Angel Beats a bit spicy, or am I thinking of something else? It's not as spicy as most animes. It might have a moment like here and there. Like it's nothing egregious. It's nothing egregious, and its opening is like a complete banger. Like one of the best anime openings of all time, I want to say. Oh, sheer. Are you happy? Are you happy, chat? Does my misery bring you joy? Yes. Shut up. Shut up, you're mean. Yes. Saved. I'm saved. I can't handle Angel Beats. I end up getting so sad. Yeah, the ending is known to be really sad. It's a good... This is why we can't have anything nice. This is why we can't have anything nice. I get my cute twin tails back, and you can't help. You can't help yourself. You need the balls. You guys are addicted. You guys are addicted. I'm gonna have an intervention stream, okay? An intervention stream. We all love you and care about you, but this is becoming a problem. This is a problem. Give me back my hair. Bald as a gift from Christ Almighty. This is so stupid. Okay. Darn it. I can't handle my toggles. I don't trust me with any kind of technology. I will mess it up. I yield. she went superstar. I do have this, which is a dark version of the other outfits. To shear or not to shear. Thank you for the hydrate. Just need something to do automatically. I'll work on that tomorrow. I have a day off tomorrow and I'll work on a bunch of stuff. Shearing is good. Shearing is peace. Yeah. I think I like the pink one better though. Nobody will outrich me in points. Maybe Desmo. Desmo probably has enough points to beat all of you.
I don't know about that. I spent a fair bit on Bald a few times when it was funny.
Yeah, you did. Maybe Knots has more points. Knots, if you're here, tell us how many channel points you got. That will be my second bet on who has the most points. I would 100% buy a Baldian shirt. We'll work on it. Oh dang, it's late. I'm out of here. Well, good night, Flygon King. It's very nice having you in the chat today. And remember to count your sheep and count your blessings. And have a very good night, friend. Then do subs and bits for subathon. Maybe. we'll do something special for that. Have Baldian and Woolites merchandise. I need to get going since I work early tomorrow morning. Have a good night and see you later. Bless. Good night, Gary Bean. Good night, buddy. It was so nice having you in. But my head is getting a little bit cold. Read the highlighted message before I sent before that. Thoughts on implementing the William versus Barlers? Barlers? Ayo? I think you meant Baldians. War with streamer bot channel points. Maybe. I'd have to brainstorm what I want to do for that. I would need to get art for merchandise first. My idea is to have it be a charity stream. A charity stream, and then add have merchandise where all the proceedings, that's the word, proceedings go to charity. So I was thinking of maybe doing a charity that supports people who have my conditions. So I had the pixie cut for 2 seconds. I can't have anything nice. I can't have anything nice. Bethis, good night, buddy. It was nice to meet you. It was nice to meet you too. But yeah, art, merchandise for charity. that support people with aortic dissections like myself. We're back to the pixie cut. Okay. I think I'm going to take just a little bitty break. Go pee. Get myself a nice little cough drop for my throat, because I've been yapping for a long time. And when we get back, we're gonna do some reading of the next chapter of I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, which I believe talks about evolution and debunking some of it. So you guys hang in tight, and we will be back with the edutainment content. Yes. Hold on. Yes, you guys can bet in the comments while I go bathroom. Go gambling while I gone. Win big. Do you know that 90% of gamblers stop just before they hit it big? Anyways. I will see you guys in 5 minutes. Put you on a 5-minute timer, and I will be right back, and we'll get to our book. All right. I'll see you. And we're back. Thank you for getting to unmute my mic. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Do you have fun gambling while I was gone, chat? You have fun? Doesn't spell a single word right. Man, that's rough, buddy. Echoing? Wait, why? Huh? Voices? There shouldn't be voices. Oh no, am I echoing? I don't mean to echo. Wait, am I still echoing? You're fine on my end. No, I shall be a baldy until the father takes me home. 'Tis my heritage. You're fine on my end. I hear no echo. Maybe it's just you, woman avoider. No echo. I hear no echo. That sounds like you're just as skilled as you, woman avoider. Maybe it is just me. Hold up. Do you have like multiple tabs open or something? That could be it. You mean hair a titch? Boom. Check your scout friend. It is already over. You have a full head of hair. Yeah, if you're a real Baldian, send me a video of you shaving your head. Send me a video of you shaving your head in my Discord. Yep. If you're really that committed to the bit. If you were a true Baldian, you wouldn't have any hair yourself. My head is already shaved? Prove it. Prove it. How do we know you're not lying, huh? How can we... Heretic, and I'll take it. Squints, well played, well played. I should have done it like this. Oops, going to bed. Night night. God bless you all. Good night, Dead Sprung. It was so nice having you in. Also, I'm so surprised so many of you stayed while I was gone. Usually viewership drops like a ton whenever people take breaks. From what I remember. But yeah, thank you for coming, Den Sprung. Thank you so much. But while we are here and we transition over to the reading, let us have a little head count and get all of our check-ins in. Make sure we get all the sheeps accounted for. Mine have a weird tendency to break when I look at them. Huh? Don't have hair, but every camera in my house doesn't work. Tragic accident. Same boat accident as what happened with all the guns. Tragic boat accident. Took out all the cameras too. but thank you for all the check-ins, lambs. Alright, let me switch over to my reading. Hold on. Keep holding. Okay. That's not what I wanted to show, but it's closer. Alright. It's closer. Then we do a little bit of that. And then we do some of that. That's good. We got it. All right. We are so back. Can everybody see okay? Is it legible to everybody? Let me make it just a little bit. Wait, that's not right. Let me see. Oh. I know. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. Wait. Wait. What did you do? I'm messing up everything. Wait. Uh. I can do this, I promise. I can do this. I can do this. Wait. Welcome to the flock, Sheila Q. I'm sorry, I'm having technical issues. I promise I don't mean to. What is everything labeled? Darn it. I messed everything up. Media box. There we go. This is, yes. That's in place. Lock it in place. And then we do this. And we move it a little scooch over. All I wanted to do was fix it. Okay, and then we do that. And then we do a little bit of that. There we go. Perfection. Absolute perfection. Big round of applause for me. For doing something that every basic streamer can do. Oh, and I ruined it again. Alright, there we go. I've done it. A mastermind. Again. Beautiful. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your applause. I need it. Okay. I'm starting to understand lately why people invest in stuff like stream decks, but some of them are not cheap. Yeah. If only I had a stream deck, right, Desmo?
You mean the one you didn't want and you let me use a long time ago? I got it for you.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I don't need this. Here, you use it. I'm like, okay, sure. That stream deck.
Yeah, that one. If only I had one just like that.
Yeah. I gave it up,
Alright.
so that's what it is.
Understandable.
As for anime, I'd recommend Cowboy Bebop, Steins Gate, The Wind Rises, Frieren, Samurai Champloo, Grave of the Fireflies, Gurren Lagann, Code Geass.
Yeah, all the popular stuff. Yeah, basic normie.
Log Horizon.
We got a normie over here, guys.
Parasite, The Maxim, Assassination Classroom. There we go. That's all for now.
My stomach cannot handle Grave of the Fireflies for some reason. Yeah, it's because kids die. That's probably the reason. Children dying movie is maybe not for everybody. Who would have thunk? Nearly all of those are on my watch list, just haven't watched yet. Well, go watch them. They're Desmo approved.
Grave of the Fireflies is quite sad.
But Desmo, could you set me a 30-minute timer for the next check-in?
Yep.
Because I get to reading and I completely forget. Good night. Hope you have a great stream. Well, thank you, Nix. Thank you. It was fun having you.
Timer starts now.
Timer starts now. Want to recommend most One Piece? You know what's up. I'm never watching One Piece. I'm sorry. Never in my life.
Did I
You couldn't
cry?
blame me.
No. Was I sad? Yes.
Yeah. All right. Let us begin with our reading, shall we? Put in a little lurk redeem, if you will. While I read, if you don't plan to talk during it, but I don't mind if you comment while I'm reading. I just may not see it while I'm so locked in on reading correctly, because I have to use all of my brain power to read words correctly.
Only there was like a highlight feature where you could highlight what you've already read and you can kind of do it bit by bit.
I mean, it can highlight stuff.
Why don't you do
I
that though? Read a chunk, highlight it, and then add highlighter effect to make it like, okay, I marked this as read.
Yeah, I can do it. It's just it takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah, do that though. That'd be good. Keep it like, okay, I've already read this bit, so you don't get confused. And you can stop in between and kind of comment on things you find them notable or worth commenting on.
Yeah, I'll I'll play it by ear. I got
Mhm.
two pretty big ones, you know. And if you do redeem any hair things, I will try and keep up with it. Desmo, try and keep an eye on that for me. If you will.
Desmo is chillaxing.
I said try.
The Dayquil I took is kicking in, so I'm feeling a little bit better.
Understandable. Alright, let us get started, shall we? Chapter 6. New life forms. From the goo to you via the zoo. In grammar school, they taught me that a frog turned into a prince was a fairy tale. In university, they taught me that a frog turning into a prince was a fact. Ron Carlson. In the movie Contact, Jodie Foster plays a scientist who is part of the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, SETI, research team. SETI, which is a real organization, has scientists who scan space for unmistakable signs of intelligent life. What constitutes an unmistakable sign of intelligent life? A message. That's right. Something like, take out the garbage, from Mom. In the movie, Foster gets extremely excited when her antenna picks up a radio wave that appears to have an intelligent pattern. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. Those are primes, she exclaims, meaning prime numbers. That can't be a natural phenomenon. Indeed, random radio waves can be naturally produced, but those that contain a message always have an intelligent source. Prime numbers from 1 to 101 in order constitute a message that can only come from an intelligent being. Are you good, Desmo? Foster
I'll
is
survive.
Foster is so confident that ET has been found, she goes public with her discovery. Government and military officials then coverage on her facility. If this is such an intelligent source, then why don't they just speak English? One official asks with a hint of derision. Because math is the only universal language, Foster fires back. Of course she's right. In fact, alphabets and thus language itself can be ultimately reduced to numbers. This is why the English alphabet is mathematically identical to the genetic alphabet of DNA, and why the comparison of cell information to encyclopedias is a one-to-one relationship rather than just an analogy. While Foster and her colleagues later discover a more complicated message embedded in the radio waves, they are absolutely certain the prime numbers alone prove that the message came from intelligent life. Why are they so certain of this? Because repeated observation tells us that only intelligent beings create messages, and the natural laws never do. When we see a sequence of prime numbers, we realize that it requires an intelligent cause, just like the message, take out the garbage from Mom and Mary Loves Scott do. Ironically, Contact was based on a novel from the late Carl Sagan, an ardent evolutionist who believed in spontaneous generation and who was instrumental in starting the real SETI program. The irony lies in the fact that Sagan was absolutely convinced that a simple string of prime numbers proves the existence of an intelligent being, but the equivalent of 1,000 encyclopedias and the first one cell life does not. It takes a lot of faith to believe in God, more than we have. To not believe in God, my goodness, I cannot read. More than we have. Moreover, it was Sagan who wrote this about the human brain. The information content of the human brain, expressed in bits, is probably comparable to the total number of connections among the neurons. About 100 trillion bits. If written out in English, say that information would fill some 20 million volumes, as many as the world's largest libraries. The equivalent of 20 million books is inside the heads of every one of us. The brain is a very big place in a very small space. The neurochemistry of the brain is astonishingly busy. The circuitry of a machine more wonderful than any devised by humans. Actually, Sagan probably underestimated the brain's information content at 20 million books. Nevertheless, the figure is still stunning. To conceptualize it, picture yourself at the center of a court of Madison Square Garden, several hours before a basketball game. You are the only one in the arena, and you are looking at almost 20,000 empty seats all around you. How many books would you have to stack on each seat in order to fit 20 million books in the arena? You would need to stack 1,000 books on each and every seat to fit 20 million books in Madison Square Garden. Think about that. The roof is not high enough to allow that many books. You'd have to blow off the roof and keep stacking. That's how much specified and complex information is between your ears. Sagan was indeed right that the brain is a very big place in a very small space, and it's something immeasurably more sophisticated than anything humans have ever created. Now let's review the facts. Sagan realized that the human brain has the information content of 20 million books. He also realized that's drastically more specified and complex than a string of prime numbers. Then why did he think the simpler message required an intelligent being, but not the one 20 million books long? We might also ask Sagan and his fellow Darwinists a question of similar weight. If intelligent human beings can't create anything close to the human brain, why should we expect non-intelligent natural laws to do so? The Darwinist response will usually involve natural selection. Is this sufficient to account for new life forms? After all, it's a long way from oneself, the human brain. What about new life forms? Before discussing the origin of new life forms, we need to revisit the problem of the origin of life first. It certainly is a long way from one cell to the human brain, but the journey may be even longer from non-living chemicals to the first cell. That's the most difficult problem for Darwinists. Where did the first life come from? Do you see the magnitude of this problem for Darwinists? If Darwinists don't have an explanation for the first life, then what's the point of speaking about new life forms? The process of macroevolution, if it's possible at all, can't even begin unless there's pre-existing life. But as we saw in the last chapter, this doesn't stop Darwinists. Again, against all empirical and forensic evidence, Darwinists make up a just so theory. Just so story, my goodness. Spontaneous generation, or panspermia, that magically gives them the first life they needed. This isn't science. This is a joke. In fact, it reminds us of a joke. Steve Martin used to say, "I don't know how you can be a millionaire and never pay taxes." Well, first get $1 million. Okay. Now, the Darwinist position is even more problematic when you consider that they don't even have an expectation for the source of the non-living chemicals, much less an explanation for life. As we saw in Chapter 3, one of the most profound questions to ask is, if there is no God, why is there something rather than nothing at all? We saw that the atheists have no plausible answer to this question. Suggesting a possibility is not enough. They have to present evidence if they are going to be specific. It's obvious they don't know where the universe came from. A good box top or worldview should be able to plausibly explain all the data. If it can't answer the fundamental questions of the origin of the world or the origin of life, it's not a viable box top. It's time to look for a new one. Even though we see that the Darwinist box top is fundamentally flawed, we need to look at a few of the claims of Darwinists making regards Darwinists make regarding the origin of new life forms. Their theory is macroevolution. Chat, what is this we're reading? I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. It is a wonderful Christian apologetics book. Microevolution versus macroevolution. You'll remember macroevolution from the goo. My goodness. You remember macroevolution from the goo to you via the zoo. It's the belief that all life forms have descended from a common ancestor, the first one-celled creature. And all of this has happened by natural processes, without any intelligent intervention at all. God was not involved. It has been a completely blind process. Darwinists say that this has happened by natural selection, but the term natural selection is a misnomer. Since the process of evolution is by definition without intelligence, there is no selection at all going on. It's a blind process. The term natural selection simply means the fittest creatures survive. So what? That's true by definition. The fittest creatures, this is called a tautology, a circular argument that doesn't prove anything. Logically, these are the creatures that are best equipped genetically or structurally to deal with changing environments and conditions. That's why they survive. As an example of natural selection, consider what happens to bacteria attacked by antibiotics. When bacteria survive with antibiotics and multiply, that surviving group of bacteria may be resistant to that antibiotic. The surviving bacteria are resistant to that antibiotic because the parent bacteria possess the genetic capacity to resist, or a rare biochemical mutation somehow helped it survive. We say rare because mutations are nearly always harmful. Since the sensitive bacteria die, the surviving bacteria multiply and now dominate. Darwinists say that the surviving bacteria have evolved, having adapted to the environment. The surviving bacteria provide us with an example of evolution. Fair enough, but what kinds of evolution? The answer we're about to give is absolutely critical. In fact, outside of the philosophical presuppositions we've been exposing, defining evolution is perhaps the greatest point of confusion in this creation-evolution controversy. This is where Darwinian errors and false claims begin to multiply like bacteria, if not checked by those who believe observation is important to science. Here's what observation tells us. The surviving bacteria always stay bacteria. They do not evolve into another type of organism. That would be macroevolution. Natural selection has never been observed to create new types. But macroevolution is exactly what Darwinists claim from the data. They say that these observable micro changes can be extrapolated to prove that unobservable macroevolution has occurred. They make no distinction between microevolution and macroevolution, and thus use the evidence from micro to prove macro. By failing to make this critical distinction, Darwinists can dupe the general public into thinking that any observable change in any organism proves that all life has evolved from the first one-celled creature. This is why it's essential that the right distinctions be made and that all hidden assumptions be exposed when discussing the creation-evolution controversy. So, if someone ever asks you, do you believe in evolution? You should ask that person, what do you mean by evolution? Do you mean micro or macro evolution? Microevolution has been observed, but it cannot be used as evidence for macroevolution, which has never been observed. Darwinists are master of defining the term evolution broadly enough so that evidence in one situation might be counted as evidence in another. Unfortunately for them, the public is beginning to catch on to this tactic, thanks largely to a popular work of Berkeley law professor Philip Johnson. Johnson first exposed this Darwinistic sleight of hand with his background book, Darwin on Trial. That's where he points out that none of the proofs for natural selection provides any persuasive reason for believing that natural selection can produce new species, new organs, or other major changes, or even minor changes that are permanent. Biologist Jonathan Wells agrees when he writes, "Biochemical mutations cannot explain the large-scale changes in organisms that we see in the history of life. Why can't natural selection do the job? Here's 5 reasons it can't. Number 1. Genetic limits. Darwinists say that macroevolution within types proves that macroevolution has occurred. If these small changes can occur over a short period of time, think what natural selection can do over a long period of time. Unfortunately for Darwinists, genetic limits seem to be built into the basic types. For example, dog breeders always encounter genetic limits when they intelligently attempt to create new breeds of dogs. Dogs may range in size from the Chihuahua to the Great Dane, but despite the best attempts of intelligent breeders, dogs always remain dogs. Likewise, despite the best efforts of intelligent scientists to manipulate fruit flies, their experiments have never turned out anything but more fruit flies, and usually crippled ones at that. This is especially significant because the short life of fruit flies allows scientists to test many years of genetic variation in a short period of time. Microevolution within a type, yes, so you have a bunch of dog breeds, but you cannot get all kinds of species from a singular source. Most importantly, the comparison between natural selection and the artificial selection that breeders do is completely invalid, as Table 6.1 demonstrates. The biggest difference is, in fact, that artificial selection is intelligently guided while natural selection is not. Confusing intelligent with non-intelligent processes is a common mistake for Darwinists. This is the case when I, Norm, debated humanist Paul Kurtz in 1986 on the topic of evolution. The debate, moderated by TV apologist John Engelberg, produced this exchange regarding macroevolution. Geisler. Vikram Shage, who is an atheist, said, "Believing that life came by chance is like believing that a Boeing 747 resulted from a tornado going through a junkyard. You have to have a lot of faith to believe that." Kurtz. "Well, the Boeing 747 evolved. We can go back to the Wright brothers and see that first kind of airplane they created." Geisler. "Created?" Kurtz. "Yes, but..." Engelberg. "By intelligence or by chance?" Laughter ensues. Kurtz. "There was a period of time in which these forms changed." Engelberg. "But didn't they create those airplanes using intelligence?" Kurtz. "I was using the analogy that Dr. Geisler was using." Geisler. "Well, you're helping my argument. You ought to drop that one and find another one." Kurtz. No, I think the point I make is a good one, because there have been changes from the simplest to the more complex airplanes." Geisler. "Yes, but those changes were by intelligent intervention." Indeed, directional change in airplanes by intelligence proves nothing about possibility of directional change in living things without intelligence. As we'll see in the next section, directional change in living things by natural selection has not been observed, and directional change in living things with intelligence hits genetic limits. So even when it's intelligently guided, evolution hits walls. In other words, even when scientists intelligently manipulate creatures with an end in mind, which is the antithesis of blind Darwinian process, macroevolution still doesn't work. If intelligent scientists cannot break genetic barriers, why should we expect non-intelligent natural selections to do so? 2. Cynical change. Not only are there genetic limits to change within types, but the change within types appears to be cynical. In other words, cyclical. My bad. Also, we have an ad break. We have an ad break. My bad. Let me get a little sippy of my water. Yeah, very interesting stuff. I know a lot of people don't think of evolution as two different things. Microevolution of just genetic abnormalities, and one species turning into another species, which is macroevolution. A lot of people get basically psyoped into thinking that the two are the exact same, but they really aren't. We have evidence for one, and we have zero evidence for another one. Pretty sure we have observed specification though, which is more tame version of macroevolution, where former species splits into two branches. True, but it doesn't turn into a different species. It's just a variation of a different species. It doesn't become a new thing. You know, you can have one dog breed that lives, you know, in a cold area, and you have another one that lives in a warm area. You know, one's gonna grow short fur, one's gonna grow insulated fur, but it's not gonna turn into a cat. It's not gonna turn into a cat. Actually, one reason why Ken Ham is careful to refer to them as kinds, as in Genesis, since species are something we came up with. One kind of dog, cat, horse, etc. may have individual species within it, but it's still the same kind. Yes. Alright, where were we? Cyclical change. Not only are there genetic limits to change within types, but the change within types appears to be cyclical. In other words, changes are not directional towards the development of new life forms, as macroevolutionary theory requires, but they simply shift back and forth within a limited range. For example, Darwin's finches had varying beak sizes, which correlated with the weather. Large beaks helped crack larger, harder seeds during droughts, and smaller beaks worked fine when wetter weather brought an abundance of smaller, softer seeds. When the weather became drier, the proportions of finches with larger beaks grew relative to the smaller beaked finches. The proportion reversed itself following a sustained period of wet weather. Notice that no new life forms came into existence. They always remained finches. Only the relative proportion of existing large beak to small beak finches changed. Notice that also natural selection cannot explain how finches came into existence in the first place. In other words, natural selection may be able to explain the survival of a species, but it cannot explain the arrival of a species. A Chihuahua and a Great Dane are incapable of breeding, but they're still both dogs. Yep. Number 3, irreducible complexity. In 1859, Charles Darwin wrote, "It would be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications. My theory would break down." My goodness, I think I misread that. If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. We now know that there are many organs, systems, and processes in life that fit that description. One of those is the cell. In Darwin's day, the cell was a black box, a mysterious little part of life that no one could see into. But now that we have the ability to peer into the cell, we see that life at the molecular level is immeasurably more complex than Darwin ever dreamed. In fact, it's irreducibly complex. An irreducibly complex system is composed of several well-matched, interacting parts that contribute to the basic function, wherein the removal of any one of the parts causes the system to effectively cease functioning. Those are the words of Michael Behe, professor of biochemistry at Leiden University, who wrote the revolutionary book Darwin's Black Box, The Biochemical Challenge to Evolution. Behe's research verifies that living things are literally filled with molecular machines that perform the numerous functions of life. These molecular machines are irreducibly complex, meaning that the parts of each machine must be completely formed, in the right places, in the right sizes, in operating order, at the same time for the machine to function. A car engine is an example of an irreducibly complex system. If a change is made in the size of the pistons, this would require simultaneous changes in the camshaft, blocking, cooling system, engine compartment, and other systems, or the new engine would not function. Behe shows that living things are irreducibly complex, just like a car engine. With painstaking detail, he shows that numerous functions in the body, such as blood clotting, cilia, cell propulsion organisms, and vision require irreducibly complex systems that could not have developed in the gradual Darwinian fashion. Why? Because intermediates would be non-functional. As with a car engine, all the right parts must be in place in the right size at the right time for there to be any function at all. You can build an engine part by part, and that takes intelligence, but you can't drive to work with only a partial engine under the hood. Nor could you drive to work if one essential part of your engine were modified, but the others were not. In the same way, living systems quickly would become non-functional if they were modified piece by piece. The degree of irreducible complexity in living things is mind-boggling. Recall that DNA's genetic alphabet consists of 4 letters, A, T, C, and G. While within each human cell, there are about 300 million pairs of those letters. Not only does your body have trillions of cells that make millions of new cells every second, but each cell is irreducibly complex and contains irreducibly complex subsystems. Behe's discoveries are fatal for Darwinism. Irreducible complexity means that new life cannot come into existence by Darwinian methods of slight successive chances over a long period of time. Also, our 30-minute timer is up. Let's get some check-ins, shall we? Darwinism, akin to natural forces, without any intelligent help, producing a running car engine, i.e. an amoeba, and then modifying that irreducibly complex engine into successive intermediate engines until those natural forces finally produce the space shuttle, i.e. a human being. Darwinists can't explain the source of the materials to make an engine, much less how an irreducibly complex engine came to be in the first place. Nor can they demonstrate the unintelligent process by which any engine has evolved into the space shuttle while providing propulsion at every intermediate step. This is evident from the complete absence of explanations from Darwinists. for how irreducibly complex systems could arise gradually. Behe exposed the empty claims of Darwinists when he writes, "The idea of Darwinian molecular evolution is not based on science. There is no publication in the scientific literature, in journals or books, that describes how molecular evolution of any real complex biochemical system either did occur or even might have occurred. There are assertions such as evolution occurred, but absolutely none are supported by permanent experiments or calculations. Since there is no authority on which to base claims of knowledge, it can truly be said that the assertion of Darwinian molecular evolution is merely bluster." The feeble attempts by Darwinists to deal with irreducibly complex... Oh my goodness. Let me get a sip of water. My throat feels scratchy. You having a nice debate in the comments there, chat? Keep going at it. I love it. Essentially, to make sure I'm understanding fully, evolution is like a tornado hitting a running motorcycle that is in a scrapyard and resulting in a running space shuttle without the engine shutting off once. Yes. Basically, yeah. Even then, it doesn't explain how the tornado got there. Rhea, have you seen those animations of DNA replication in action? I don't think I have. Never tried to refute that. Science is a process to identify truth. Not sure if anyone ever said science creates truth. It doesn't. It just identifies it. Again, you can't scientifically determine truth. It's not its job. It gives us descriptions of things. I mean, you can use it to determine the truth.
To some degree.
To some degree. It can be flawed, but it's our best bet. It's our best bet to identify truth. That and, get a chapstick on. That and, whatever. I'm brain farting. I'm using too much of my brain cells to read. Even then, if you have infinite resources, you can turn a running motorcycle into a space shuttle without shutting it off. Yeah, it has to work at every stage, otherwise it fails. You have to have it running at every single stage optimally to survive. And you just can't do that. Okay. Where was I? The feeble attempts by Darwinists to deal with the irreducible complexity reveals the magnitude of the problem for their theory. Darwinist Ken Miller has suggested that irreducible complexity isn't true because he can show that Behe's example of irreducible complexity, a mousetrap, isn't really irreducibly complex. According to Behe, all 5 parts of a traditional mousetrap need to be in place at the same time in working order for the mousetrap to work. You can't catch mice with just a platform and a spring. For example, my goodness. But Miller thinks he can disprove Behe's point by building a similar mousetrap with only 4 parts. Miller actually brought this up during a televised debate on PBS in the late 90s. My goodness, I'm going crazy. But Miller's critique actually misses the mark. First, oh my goodness. Do I need to make this bigger? Is my eyesight just being dumb? How do I make big? Edit? No. Help? No. Reading? No. I don't know how to make it big. Wait, over here, and it's already as big as it can get. I'm just cooked. I'm just cooked up. My apologies. Miller's critique actually misses the mark. First, like a typical Darwinist, Miller ignores the fact that this mousetrap requires intelligence to build. Second, Behe is not saying you need 5 parts for any mousetrap, just for the traditional mousetrap. It turns out that Miller's mousetrap is not a physical precursor to Behe's traditional mousetrap. In other words, transforming Miller's mousetrap into Behe's would require more than one random, i.e. Darwinian step. It would require the addition of other very specific parts and several very specific adjustments to existing parts. And that requires intelligence. Third, even if those changes could somehow be made by a mindless process, the mousetrap would be non-functioning during the transition period. But for Darwinism to be true, functionality must be maintained at all times because living things cannot survive if say their vital organs do not perform their usual function during slow trial and error Darwinian transitions. Finally, a mousetrap is only an illustration. Living systems are immeasurably more complex than a mousetrap, so Behe's point clearly has not been refuted by Miller, nor has it been refuted by any other Darwinist. During an intelligent design conference in July of 2002, at which both Behe and I, Frank, were speaking, one of the particular Darwinists was a bit militant during the question and answer period of the lectures. I wanted to turn the tables and ask him a few questions, so I made it a point to sit next to him during lunch. "What do you do with Behe's irreducible complexity argument?" I asked between pizza slices. He rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, that's no big deal. There are biochemical scaffolds that are built around the system to allow it to evolve gradually." When I saw Behe later that day, I told him about the Darwinist's explanation. He rightly pointed out that 1. There is no evidence for such scaffolds, and 2. It actually complicates matters for Darwinists. Namely, if these scaffolds do exist, then who keeps building them in just the right places? That would require intelligence. Others have tried to find Darwinian paths around irreducible complexity, but they all have failed. Behe confirms as much when he categorically states there is currently no experimental evidence to show that natural selection can get around irreducible complexity. Behe does not underestimate the implications of irreducible complexity and other discoveries regarding the complexity of life. He writes, "The results of these cumulative efforts to investigate the cell, to investigate life at the molecular level, is a loud, clear, piercing cry of design. The result is so unambiguous and so significant that it must be ranked as one of the greatest achievements in the history of science. The discovery rivals those of Newton and Einstein." 4. Oh, Let's Play Gay, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders. We're currently reading I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, which is a lovely apologetics book, and we are discussing evolution and the difference between micro and macro evolution. So stick around if you want to learn a little bit about that. But welcome in, guys! Number 4. Non-viability of transitional forms. Another problem that plagues the possibility of natural selection creating new life forms is the fact that transitional forms could not survive. For example, consider the Darwinian assertion that birds evolved gradually from reptiles over long periods of time. This would necessitate a transition from scales to feathers. How could a creature survive that no longer has scales but does not quite have feathers? Feathers are irreducibly complex, A creature with the structure of half a feather has no ability to fly. It would be easy prey on land, in water, and from the air. And as a halfway house between reptiles and birds, it probably wouldn't be adept at finding food for itself either. So the problem for Darwinists is twofold. First, they have no viable mechanism for getting from reptiles to birds. And second, even if a viable mechanism were discovered, the transitional forms would be unlikely to survive anyways. And we see a reptile bird. 5. Molecular isolation. Darwinists often say that evidence of common descent lies in the fact that all living things contain DNA. For example, Richard Dawkins states, "The reason we know for certain we are all related, including bacteria, is the universality. My goodness. Universality of the genetic code and other biochemical fundamentals." Darwinists think that DNA similarly between apes and humans, for example, which some say is 85 to over 95%, strongly implies an ancestral relationship. But is this evidence for common ancestry or for a common creator? It could be interpreted either way. Perhaps the Darwinists are right. It is possible that we have a common genetic code because we've all descended from a common ancestor, but they could also just as easily be wrong. Perhaps we have a common genetic code because a common creator had designed us to live in the same biosphere. After all, if every living creature were distinct biochemically, a food chain probably would not exist. Perhaps life with a different biochemical makeup is not possible, and even if it is, perhaps it couldn't survive in this biosphere. Consider figure 6.3. Does similarity in progression prove that the kettle evolved from the teaspoon? No. Similarity in progression does not automatically imply common ancestry. In this case, we know it means there is a common creator or designer. This is the same situation we have for real living things. So you don't evolve from a spoon to a pot. Just because they're made out of the same things and use some of the same techniques to be made doesn't mean that they evolved from each other. Get a quick sip of my water. Okay. As we said before, the capacity of the DNA genetic alphabet to contain a message is equivalent to the capacity of the English alphabet to contain a message. The only difference is that the DNA alphabet has only 4 letters versus 26 for the English alphabet. Since all living things have DNA with its 4 nitrogen-containing bases, represented by the letters A, T, C, and G, we would expect a high degree of similarity in the information among creatures, whether or not they are ancestrally related. Let's use an example from English to illustrate what we mean. Here are 2 sentences with exactly the same letters. Charles Darwin was a scientific god. Charles Darwin was a scientific dog. While the letters in the 2 sentences are identical and the order is virtually the same, greater than 90%, the slight difference in order yields opposite meanings. In the same way, only a slight difference in the order of letters A, T, C, and G in living things may yield creatures that are far apart on the hypothetical evolutionary tree. For example, while some studies show that DNA similarity between humans and most similar apes may be around 90%, other studies show that DNA similarities between humans and mice is also about 90%. Such comparisons are controversial and are not completely understood. More research needs to be done in the field, but if mice genetically are as close to humans as apes, this would greatly complicate any Darwinian explanation. I personally believe microevolution would have started after the fall and mostly for humans. We began still as humans, but we lost certain physical traits due to not needing them anymore. Maybe. Crusader! Cryptic Crusader! Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you all had a lovely stream. Hi, guys. Oh, and Elias, too. Welcome in. We're reading some I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. A wonderful apologetics book. But thank you all for dropping by. Hi, guys. Can we get a shout out for Crimson? And also maybe a shout out for Elias after that. Thank you, guys. Let's get back to our reading, shall we? But yes, humans have a 90% common DNA with humans. Humans and ape, 90% shared, but they also have 90% shared with mice. So we're just as genetically close to mice as we are to apes. That's what we learned last. But let's suppose that further studies someday show that ape DNA is indeed closer to the DNA of closer to humans than the DNA of any other creature. Oh my goodness, I am... So I am a mouse pog. Yes, you are Chuck E. Cheese. Congratulations. So you're saying mouse girls are more real than we think? Probably. There are girl mouses. So, like, what's the difference? Let's go. I've been a squeaker all my life. Me too. You hear how high my voice is? I cannot escape it. Okay. Back to reading. I can't be distracted. I get distracted way too easy. But let's suppose that further studies someday show that ape DNA is indeed closer to humans than the DNA of any other creature. This would not prove the Darwinist conclusion that there is an ancestral relationship. Again, the reason for the similarity could be a common creator rather than a common ancestor. We must find other evidence at the molecular level to help us discover whether the common genetic code is evidence of a common genetic ancestor or of a common creator. That other evidence has been found by comparing protein sequences. Proteins are the building blocks of life. They are composed of long chains of chemical units called amino acids. Most proteins have in their structure more than 100 of these amino acids, which must be in a very specific order. It's the DNA that contains the instructions for ordering the amino acids in the proteins. And the order is critical because any variation usually renders the protein dysfunctional. Here's where the problem arises for Darwinists. If all species share a common ancestor, we should expect to find protein sequences that are transitional from, say, fish to amphibians, or from reptile to mammal. But that's not what we find at all. Instead, we find that the basic types are molecularly isolated from one another, which seems to preclude any type of ancestral relationship. Michael Denton observes, at a molecular level, there is no trace of the evolutionary transition from fish to amphibian to reptile to mammal. So amphibia, always traditionally considered intermediate between fish and other terrestrial vertebrates, are in molecular terms as far from fish as any group of reptiles or mammals. To those well acquainted with the traditional picture of vertebrate evolution, the result is truly astonishing. So, Even though all organisms share a common genetic code with varying degrees of closeness, that code has ordered the amino acids and proteins in such a way that the basic types are in molecular isolation from each other. There are no Darwinian transitions, only distinct molecular gaps. Darwinists cannot explain the presence of these molecular gaps by natural selection any more than they can explain the presence of huge gaps in fossil record, which we'll talk about next. What about the fossil record? So let's quickly review what we've seen so far. These are the 5 lines of evidence which show that natural selection could not have produced new life forms. 1. Genetic limits. 2. Cyclical change. 3. Irreducible complexity. 4. Non-viable or transitional forms. No, my goodness. Non-viability of transitional forms. 5. Molecular isolation. But doesn't the fossil record support the Darwinian theory? Let's take a look. Without the benefit of today's technology, Charles Darwin could not recognize the problems his theory faced at the cellular level. However, he did recognize that the fossil record posed a big problem for his theory because it didn't show gradualism. That's why he wrote, "Why then is not every geological formation and every stratum full of such intermediate links? Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic chain, and this perhaps is the most obvious and gravest objection which can be urged against my theory." But Darwin thought that further fossil discoveries would reveal that his theory was true. Time has proven him wrong. Contrary to what you may hear in the general media, the fossil record has turned out to be a complete embarrassment for Darwinists. If Darwinism were true, we would have found thousands, if not millions, of transitional fossils by now. Instead, according to the late Harvard paleontologist Stephen Jay Gould, an evolutionist, the history of most fossil species includes 2 features particularly inconsistent with gradualism. Stasis. Most species exhibit no directional change during their tenure on Earth. They appear in the fossil record looking much the same as when they disappear. Morphological change is usually limited and directionless. 2. Sudden appearance. In any logical area, a species does not arise gradually by the steady transformation of its ancestors. It appears all at once and fully formed. In other words, Gould is admitting that the fossil types appear suddenly, fully formed, and remain the same until extinction without any directional change. Exactly what one would expect to find if creation were true. But instead of adopting creationism, Gould rejected the gradualism of Darwinism and formulated a theory called punctuated equilibria, PE. PE suggests that species evolved faster over a short period of time, therefore explaining the huge fossil gaps. Gould had no natural mechanism by which this could have occurred, but since he was an atheist, he had to explain the fossil record somehow. This is a classic case of allowing your prejudice to taint your observations. But we digress. The main point here is that the fossil record actually lines up better with supernatural creation than with macroevolution. Indeed, there aren't missing links. There is a missing chain. There is no chain because nearly all of the major groups of animals known to exist appear in the fossil record abruptly and fully formed in strata from the Cambrian period. which many scientists estimate would have occurred between 600 and 500 million years ago. Jonathan Wells writes, "The fossil evidence is so strong and evidence so dramatic that it has become known as the Cambrian explosion, or biology's Big Bang." This evidence, of course, is completely inconsistent with Darwinism. All animal groups appear separately, fully formed, and at the same time. That's not evidence of gradual evolution, but of instantaneous creation. So the Darwinian tree we are all so used to seeing doesn't properly illustrate the real fossil records. In fact, as Wells observed, if any botanical analogy were appropriate, it would be a lawn rather than a tree. And that lawn would have patches of different grasses or plants separated by large areas of nothing but dirt. At this point, you may be thinking, but what about the skull progression we're so used to seeing? Doesn't it appear that man has evolved from apes? A number of years ago, I, Norm, debated a Darwinist who lined up skulls on a table to illustrate that evolution had occurred. "Ladies and gentlemen, right here is the evidence for evolution," he declared. "Gee, how can you ignore the fossils? The skulls look like they're in a progression. They look as if they could be ancestrally related. This is good evidence for Darwinism." Is this good evidence for Darwinism? No, it's not any better than the evidence that the large kettle evolved from the teaspoon. The problem for the Darwinists is that the fossil records cannot establish ancestral relationships. Why not? Because according to Michael Denton, 99% of the biology of any organism resides in its soft anatomy, which is inaccessible in a fossil. In other words, it's extremely difficult to discover the biological makeup of a creature by looking at its fossil remains. Jonathan Well observes, "The fossil evidence is open to many interpretations because individual specimens can be reconstructed in a variety of ways, and because the fossil records cannot establish ancestral descendant relationships." But this does not stop the Darwinists. Since Darwinism has to be true because of their prior philosophical commitment, Darwinists had to find evidence supporting it. So instead of admitting that fossils can't establish ancestral relationships, Darwinists take the 1% that fossils tell them and use the other 99% of leeway to depict their fossil discoveries as filling any gap they want. With such vast leeway and no facts to constrain them, Darwinists have been free to creatively build entire missing links from fossil remains as trivial as a single tooth. This is why many so-called missing links have been later exposed as frauds or mistakes. Henry Gee, chief science writer for Nature, writes, "To take a line of fossils and claim that they represent a lineage is not a scientific hypothesis that can be tested, but an assertion that carries the same validity as a bedtime story. Amusing, perhaps even instructive, but not scientific." Another sip of water. My throat is not used to yapping so much from the break. I gotta build up my resistance again. Okay. Not only is the fossil record inadequate to establish ancestral relationship, but in light of what we know now about the irreducibly complex nature of biological systems, the fossil record is irrelevant to the question. The similarity of structure or anatomy between types, sometimes called homology, also tells us something about common ancestry, Michael Behe writes. "Anatomy is quite simply irrelevant to the question of whether evolution could take place on the molecular level. So is the fossil record. It no longer matters whether there are huge gaps in the fossil record or whether the record is continuous as that of the US presidents. And if there are gaps, it does not matter whether they can be explained plausibly. The fossil record has nothing to tell us about whether the interactions of 11 CTS retinal with rhodospin transducin in, oh my goodness, phosphordistrase, serase. What is this word? What is irreducibly complex systems could have developed step by step. So according to Behe, biology dwarfs anatomy on the question of the plausibility of macroevolution. Just as the contents of a book provide far more information than its cover, the biology of a creature provides far more information than its skeletal structure. Nevertheless, Darwinists have long argued that the similarity of structure between, say, apes and humans is evidence of common ancestry, or common descent. Does it ever dawn on them that similarity of structure may be evidence of common designer rather than a common ancestor? After all, in a world governed by certain physical and chemical laws, perhaps only a certain range of anatomical structures will be conducive to animals designed to walk on two legs. Since we all have to live in the same biosphere, we should expect some creatures to have similar designs. More so, while apes have a similar structure to humans, what is often overlooked is the fact that apes and humans bear almost no resemblance to snakes, fungi, and trees. But according to Darwinism, all living things have evolved from the same ancestor. To posit Darwinism, you must be able to explain the vast dissimilarities between living things. You must explain how the palm tree, the peacock, the octopus, the lotus, the bat, the hippopotamus, the porcupine, the seahorse, the Venus flytrap, the human, and mildew, for example, have all descended from the first irreducibly complex life without intelligent intervention. You also have to explain how the first life in the universe came into existence as well, without viable explanations, which Darwinists have failed to provide. It takes too much faith to be a Darwinist, and that's why we don't have enough faith to be Darwinists. Is intelligent design an intelligent alternative? Much more could be said about macroevolution, but space does not permit us to go any further. Nevertheless, a reasonable conclusion can be drawn from the data we have investigated in this chapter. In light of the fossil record, molecular isolation, transitional difficulties, irreducible complexity, cyclical change, and genetic limits, and the fact that they can't explain the origin of the universe or first life, you would think Darwinists might finally admit their theory doesn't fit the observable evidence. Instead, Darwinists are still providing unsubstantiated just-so theories that actually contradict scientific observation. They continue to insist that evolution is a fact. A fact. We agree that evolution is a fact, but not in the sense that Darwinists mean it. If you define evolution as change, then certainly living things have evolved, but this evolution is in the micro, not the macro level. As we have seen, there's not only a lack of evidence for macroevolution, there's positive evidence that it has not occurred. If macroevolution isn't true, then what is? Well, if there's no natural explanation for the origin of new life, then there must be an intelligent explanation. It's the only other option. There's no halfway house between intelligent and non-intelligence. Either intelligence was involved or it wasn't. But Darwinists don't like this option, so they exhaust their ability to adequately defend their own position with unbiased scientific evidence, which is very quickly... My goodness, I think I misread that. But Darwinists don't like this option, So once they exhaust their ability to adequately defend their own position with unbiased scientific evidence, which is very quickly, Darwinists typically turn their guns on the intelligent design people, those of us who believe there's intelligence behind the universe and life. Here are their typical objections and our responses. Objection: intelligent design is not science. Answer: as we have seen, science is a search for causes, and there are only two types of causes: intelligent and non-intelligent, or natural. The Darwinists claim that intelligent design is not science or based on their biased definition of science, but that's arguing in a circle. If your definition of science rules out intelligent causes beforehand, then you'll never consider intelligent design science. The irony for the Darwinists is this: if intelligent design is not science, then neither is Darwinism. Why? Because both Darwinist and intelligent design scientists are trying to discover what happened in the past. Origin questions are forensic questions, and thus require the use of forensic science principles. We must already have discussed. Oh my goodness. And thus require the use of forensic science principles we've already discussed. In fact, for Darwinists to rule out intelligent design from the realm of science, in addition to ruling out themselves, they would also have to rule out archaeology, cryptology, criminal and accidental forensic science investigations, and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. These are all legitimate forensic sciences that look into the past for intelligent causes. Something must be wrong with the Darwinist definition of science. Objection: intelligent design commits the God of the Gaps fallacy. Answer: the God of the Gaps fallacy occurs when someone falsely believes that God caused the event when it really was caused by undiscovered natural phenomena. For example, people used to believe that lightning was caused directly by God. There was a gap in our knowledge of nature, so we attributed the effect to God. Darwinists assert that the theists are doing the same thing by claiming that God created the universe and life. Are they correct? No, for a number of reasons. First, when we conclude that intelligence created the first life cell, or the human brain, it's not simply because we lack evidence of a natural explanation. It's also because we have positive, empirically detectable evidence for an intelligent cause. A message, specified complexity, is empirically detectable. When we detect a message like "take out the garbage, mom," or 1,000 encyclopedias, we know that it must have come from an intelligent being, because all of our observational experience tells us that messages come only from intelligent beings. Every time we observe a message, it comes from an intelligent being. We couple this data with the fact that we never observe natural laws creating messages, and we know an intelligent being must be the cause. That is a valid scientific conclusion based on observations and repetition. It's not an argument from ignorance, nor is it based on any gap in our knowledge. Second, intelligent design scientists are open to both natural and intelligent causes. They are not opposed to continued research into natural explanation for the first life. They are simply observing that all known natural explanations fail, and all empirically detectable evidence points to an intelligent designer. Now, one can question the wisdom of continuing to look for natural causes of life. William Debsky, who has published an extensive research on intelligent design, asks, when does determination to find a natural cause become pig-headedness? How long are we to continue a search before we have the right to give up the search and declare not only that continuing the search is in vain, but also that the very object of the search is non-existent. Consider the implication of Dembski's question. Should we keep looking for a natural cause for the phenomenon like Mount Rushmore or messages like take out the garbage mom when the case closed? When is the case closed? Oh my goodness. Oh, is this the paper from Frank Turk? Yes, this is the book I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, which was co-written by Frank Turk. Recognize the argument from Take Out the Garbage Mom from Frank's book. Yep, we're reading that. Walter Bradley, the co-author of the seminal work The Mystery of Life's Origin, believes there doesn't seem to be the potential of finding a natural explanation for the origin of life. He added, I think people who believe that life emerged naturalistically need to have a great deal more faith than people who reasonably infer that there's intelligent designer. Regardless of whether or not you think we should keep looking for a natural explanation, the main point is that ID scientists are open to both natural and intelligent causes. It just so happens that an intelligent cause best fits the evidence. Third, the intelligent design conclusion is falsifiable. In other words, ID could be disproven if natural laws were someday discovered to create specified complexity. However, the same cannot be said about the Darwinist position. Darwinists don't allow falsification of their creation story because, as we have described, they don't allow any other creation story to be considered. Their science is not tentative or open to correction. It's more closed-minded than the most dogmatic church doctrine or Darwinists. Oh my goodness. It's more closed-minded than the most dogmatic church doctrine the Darwinists are so apt to criticize. Finally, it's actually the Darwinists who are committing a God of the Gaps fallacy. Darwin himself was once accused of considering natural selection an effective power or deity in Chapter 4 of Origin of Species. But it seems that natural selection actually is the deity of God of the Gaps, or God of the Gaps, for the Darwinists of today. When they are totally at a loss for how irreducibly complex, information-rich biological systems came into existence, they simply cover their gap in knowledge by claiming that natural selection, time, and chance did it. Gotta stretch a little bit. Hello, AstroCat. Hello, Tuesday. Hello, Bubba Barnes. Hello, friends. Just wanted my on-screen sheep to say ba. That's a good reason to say ba. Can we get a little ba from all of the sheeps? just have all of them say it. Oh, we have a black sheep. There we go. Ba ba black sheep. Ba. Very nice, very nice. Man, my throat is it's going through the ringer. I'll build up a tolerance. This is why I don't take breaks. Because my voice can't handle it. Yes, thank you for the hydrates. Thank you. I may have run out of water. I guess I'm close to running out of water. Alright. Back to reading. The ability of such a mechanism to create information-rich biological systems runs counter to the observational evidence. Mutations are nearly always harmful, and time and chance do the Darwinists no good, as we explained in Chapter 5. At best, natural selection may be responsible for minor changes in living species, but it cannot explain the origin of the basic life form. You need a living thing to start with for any natural selection to take place. Yet, despite the obvious problems with their mechanism, Darwinists insist that it covers any gaps in their knowledge. Moreover, they willfully ignore the positive empirical detectable evidence for an intelligent being. This is not science, but the dogma of a secular religion. Darwinists, like the opponents of Galileo, are letting their religion overrule scientific observations. Objection. Intelligent design is religiously motivated. Answer. There are two aspects to this observation. The first is that some intelligent design people may be religiously motivated. So what? Does it make intelligent design false? Does the religious motivation of some Darwinists make Darwinism false? No. The truth doesn't lie in the motivation of the scientists, but in the quality of the evidence. A scientist's motivation or bias doesn't necessarily mean he's wrong. He could have a bias and still be right. Bias or motivation isn't the main issue. Truth is. My goodness. Sometimes the objection is started this way. You can't believe anything he says about origins because he's a creationist. Well, if the sword cuts it all, it cuts both ways. We could just as easily say, you can't believe anything he says about origins because he's a Darwinist. Why are creationist conclusions immediately thought to be biased, but Darwinist conclusions automatically considered objective? Because most people don't realize that atheists have a worldview just like creationists. As we are seeing, the atheist worldview is not neutral, and actually requires more faith than the creationists. Now, as we have said earlier, if philosophical or religious biases prevent someone from interpreting the evidence correctly, then we would have grounds for questioning that person's conclusions. In the current debate, that problem seems to afflict Darwinists more than anyone else. Yet, the main point is that even if someone is motivated by religion or philosophy, their conclusions can still be correct by an honest look at the evidence. Scientists on both sides of the fence may have a difficult time being neutral, but if they have integrity, they can be objective. The second aspect of this objection is the charge that intelligent design people don't have any evidence for their views. They're simply parroting what the Bible says. This aspect of objection doesn't work either. Intelligent design beliefs may be consistent with the Bible, but they are not based on the Bible. As we have seen, intelligent design is a conclusion based on empirically detectable evidence, not sacred texts. As Michael Behe observes, life on Earth in its most fundamental level is its most critical components. It is the product of intelligent activity. The conclusion of intelligent design flows naturally from data itself, not from sacred books or sectarian beliefs. Intelligent design is not creation science either. Intelligent design scientists don't make claims that so-called creation scientists make. They don't say that the data unambiguously supports the 24-hour day view of Genesis or a worldwide flood. Instead, they acknowledge that the data for intelligent design is not based on a specific age or geology history of the Earth. ID scientists study the same objects in nature that the Darwinists study, life in the universe itself. But they come to a more reasonable conclusion about the cause of those objects. In short, regardless of what the Bible may say on the topic, Darwinism is rejected because it doesn't fit the scientific data, and intelligent design is accepted because it does. I believe we have an ad soon. My goodness, I am getting tired. Maybe I just take a nap after this, huh?
Well, you're already 4.5 hours in, so.
Yeah, we're getting close to rating time, and my voice is very much rebelling against me for trying to speak too much. And yeah, I'm sorry, guys. And we have a shear. Well, there goes my hair. Only 4.5? Yeah, working numbers. We gotta get those numbers up. But yes, please, Williams, please save me from the bulb. I need my hair back. I want my twin tails. I like my twin tails. Please save me. Please save me, chat. But I'm also getting tired myself. I want my bullet back. Do I add mullet redeem? Would you guys like that? Would you guys like a mullet? If I can manage it. I would have to make sure it has. I can maybe finagle one. I could see what I can do. Sheep mullet. Shullet. Everyone should have mullets. I don't want to live in that world where everyone has mullets. Thank you. I don't want to live in a world that is only mullet. I thought sheep was mutton. Not mutton, mullet. Two different things. Iron Fungus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the flock. I'm sorry my voice sounds a little bit shot. I'm normally not this quiet. My my chatters can verify that I'm usually very loud and annoying. A little bit bombastic. Twin tails! Wait, I didn't mean to hit that one. It's kind of funny though. Wait, that's not it. Yippee! Molly have strange goo eyes. We've ordered out the day. A little bit. That's alright though. I forget all the toggles I have. I have this one I never use. It's just a cute little microphone. I'll probably use it if I do karaoke. But isn't it cute? I was so plugged when I discovered the connection between the fall of Adam, original sin, and Christ. So very poggers, yes. It was very poggers indeed. Shadowfunger, good night. I'm headed to bed. Have a nice rest of the stream. Well, thank you. I'm glad you were here. Discombobulated. Well, yes. I have a little microphone. Okay. Where were we? Objection. Intelligent design is false because the so-called design isn't perfect. Answer. Darwinists have long argued that if a designer existed, he would have designed his creatures better. Stephen Jay Gould pointed this out in his book, The Panda's Thumb, where he cited the apparent suboptimal design of a bony extrusion pandas have for a thumb. The problem for the Darwinist is that this actually turns out to be an argument for a designer rather than an argument against one. First, the fact that Gould can identify something as optimally designed implies that he knows what optimal design is. You can't know something is perfect unless you know what perfect is. So Gould's observation of even suboptimal design implies an admission that design is detectable in the panda's thumb. By the way, this is another reason the Darwinists are wrong when they assert that intelligent design is not science. When they claim something isn't designed correctly, they're implying they could tell if it were designed correctly. This proves that what ID scientists have been saying all along. ID is science because design is empirically detectable. Second, suboptimal designs doesn't mean there's no design. In other words, if you grant that something is not designed optimally, that doesn't mean it's not designed at all. Your car isn't designed optimally, yet it's still designed. It certainly wasn't put together by natural laws. Third, in order to say that something is suboptimal, you must know what the objectives or purpose of the designer are. If Gold doesn't know what the designer intended, then he can't say the design falls short of those intentions. How does Gold know the panda's thumb isn't exactly what the designer had in mind? Gold assumes the panda should have opposable thumbs like those of humans. But maybe the designer wanted the panda's thumbs to be just like they are. After all, the panda's thumb works just fine in allowing him to strip bamboo down to its edible interior. Maybe pandas don't need opposable thumbs because they don't need to write books like Gold. They simply need to strip bamboo. Gold can't fault the designer of that thumb if it wasn't intended to do more than strip bamboo. Finally, in a world constrained by physical reality, all design requires trade-offs. Laptop computers must strike a balance between size, weight, and performance. Larger cars may be more safe and comfortable, but they are also more difficult to maneuver and consume more fuel. High ceilings make rooms more dramatic, but they also consume more energy, because trade-offs cannot be avoided in this world. Engineers must look for a compromise position that best achieves intended objectives. For example, you can't fault the design in a compact car because it doesn't carry 15 passengers. The objective is to carry 4, not 15 passengers. The car maker traded size for fuel economy and achieved the intended objective. Likewise, it could be that the designer of the panda's thumb is a trade-off that still achieves intended objectives. The thumb is just right for stripping bamboo. Perhaps, if the thumb had been designed in another way, it would have hindered the panda in some other area. We simply don't know without knowing the objectives of the designer. What we do know is that Gold's criticism cannot succeed without knowing those objectives. So why are there still Darwinists? If the evidence is so strong for intelligent design, then why are there still Darwinists? After all, these people are not dummies. Their names are usually followed by the letters PhD. The first thing to note is that The first thing to note is that this is not just an intellectual issue, where Darwinists take a dispassionate look at the evidence and make a rational conclusion. Richard Dawkins has famously written, "It is absolutely safe to say that if you meet somebody who claims to not believe in evolution, that person is ignorant, stupid, or insane, or wicked, but I'd rather not consider that." Of course, Dawkins' comments is completely false. There are brilliant PhDs who believe in intelligent design. But the real question is, why the invectives? Why the emotion? Why the hostility? I thought this was science. There must be something else at stake here. There is. Let's go back to Richard Lewiton's quote from the last chapter. Recall his assertion that Darwinists believe in the absurdities that they do because materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. Now, that's the real issue, keeping God out. But why would Darwinists not want a divine foot in the door? We suggest 4 major reasons. First, by admitting God, Darwinists would be admitting that they are not the highest authority when it comes to truth. Currently, in the technologically advanced world, scientists are viewed by the public as the revered authority figures, the new priests who make a better life possible and who comprise the sole source of objective truth. Allowing the possibility of God would be to relinquish their claim of superior authority. Second, by admitting God, Darwinists would be admitting that they don't have absolute authority when it comes to explaining causes. In other words, if God exists, they couldn't explain every event as a result of predictable natural laws. Richard Lewitton put it in this way: to appeal to an omniscient deity is to allow that at any moment the regularities of nature may be ruptured. That miracles may happen. As Jastrow noted, when that happens, the scientists have lost control, certainly to God and perhaps to the theologian. Third, by admitting God, Darwinists would risk losing financial security and professional admiration. How so? Because there's tremendous pressure in the academic community to publish something that supports evolution. Find something important, and you may find yourself on the cover of Natural Geographic or the subject of a PBS special. Find nothing, and you may find yourself out of a job, out of grant money, or at least out of favor with your materialist colleagues. So there's a money, job security, and prestige motive to advance the Darwinist worldview. Finally, and perhaps the most significant, by admitting God, Darwinists would be admitting that they don't have the authority to define right and wrong for themselves. By ruling out the supernatural, Darwinists can avoid the possibility that anything is morally prohibited. For if there is no God, everything is lawful. As a character in a Dostoevsky novel observed, we'll elaborate on the connection between God and morality in the next chapter. In fact, the late Julian Huxley, once a leader among Darwinists, admitted that sexual freedom is a popular motivation behind evolutionary dogma. When he was asked by talk show host Merv Griffin, why do people believe in evolution? Huxley honestly answered, the reason we accept Darwinism, even without proof, is because we didn't want God to interfere with our sexual wars. Notice he didn't cite evidence for spontaneous generation or evidence from fossil records. The motivation he observed to be prevalent among evolutionists was based on moral preferences, not scientific evidence. Former atheist Lee Strobel reveals that he had the same motivation when he believed in Darwinism. He writes, I was more than happy to latch onto Darwinism as an excuse to jettison the idea of God so I could unabashedly pursue my own agenda in life without moral constraints. Author and lecturer Ron Carlson had the Darwinists admit the same to him. One such occasion, after lecturing at a major university on the problems with Darwinism and the evidence for intelligent design, Carlson had a dinner with a biology professor who had attended his presentation. So, what did you think of my lecture? Carlson asked. Well, Ron, began the professor, what you say is true and makes a lot of sense, but I'm going to continue to teach Darwinism anyways. Carlson was baffled. Why would you do that? He asked. Well, to be honest with you, Ron, it's because Darwinism is morally comfortable. Morally comfortable? What do you mean? Carlson pressed. I mean, if Darwinism is true, then If there is no God, and we all evolved from slimy green algae, then I can sleep with whomever I want, observed the professor. In Darwinism, there's no moral accountability. Now that's a moment of complete candor. Of course, this is not to say that all Darwinists think this way or that all Darwinists are immoral. Some undoubtedly believe morality betters lives than many so-called Christians. It simply reveals that some Darwinists are motivated not by the evidence, but rather the desire to remain free from the perceived moral restraints of God. This motivation may drive them to suppress the evidence for the Creator so they can continue to live the way they want to live. In this sense, Darwinism is no different from any other world religion, and that it provides a way to deal with the guilt that results from immoral behavior. The difference is that some Darwinists, instead of acknowledging guilt and offering ways to atone for it, or rules to avoid it, attempt to avoid any implication of guilt by asserting that there is no such thing as a moral behavior to be guilty about. These four motivations that we've suggested should not surprise us. Sex and power are motivators that underlie many of our most intense cultural debates, such as those about abortion and homosexuality. Too often, people take the position in those debates that merely line up with their professional desires, rather than taking the evidence into account. In the same way, belief in Darwinism is often a matter of the will rather than the mind. Sometimes, people refuse to accept what they know to be true because of the impact it will have on their personal lives. This explains why some Darwinists suggest such absurd, counterintuitive explanations that are against common sense. Despite the plain evidence for design, these Darwinists fear encroachment of God into their personal lives more than they fear being wrong about their scientific conclusions. This is not to say that all Darwinists have such motivations for their beliefs. Some may truly believe that the scientific evidence supports their theory. We think they get this misconception because most Darwinists rarely study the research of those in other fields. As a result, very few get the big picture. This is especially true of biologists. Molecular and cell biologist Jonathan Wells observed, most biologists are honest, hard-working scientists who insist on accurate presentation of the evidence, but who rarely venture outside of their own fields. In other words, although they do honest work, they only see their own piece of the puzzle. Since they have been taught that the Darwinian box top of the puzzle is generally true, it's just those pesky details that remain unsolved. Most biologists interpret their piece of the puzzle with that box top in mind, giving the benefit of the doubt to Darwinian view and assuming that the really strong evidence for Darwinism lies in another field of biology. So, even if they can't see the evidence for spontaneous generation or macroevolution in their piece of the puzzle, the evidence must be somewhere else in biology, because the Darwinian box top requires those things to be true. These circumstances leave the evolutionary paradigm unchallenged by the majority of biologists. How important is the age of the universe? We couldn't leave out the discussion of evolution and creation without at least mentioning the age of the universe. Since there are several views on the topic, especially within Christian circles, we do not have the space to treat them all here. They are discussed in detail in Baker's Encyclopedia of Christian Apologetics and Systematic Theory, Volume 2. However, we do want to point out, while the age of the universe is certainly an interesting theological question, the more important point is not when the universe was created, but that it was created. As we have seen, the universe exploded into being out of nothing, and it has been precisely tweaked to support life on Earth. Since this universe, including the entire time-space continuum, had a beginning, it requires a beginner, no matter how long ago that beginning was. Likewise, since this universe is designed, it requires a designer, no matter how long ago it was designed. We can debate how long the days in Genesis were, or whether or not the assumptions that are made in dating techniques are valid. But when we do, we must be sure not to obscure the larger point that this creation requires a creator. Summary and conclusion. Now let's get to the bottom line. There are really only two possibilities. Either God created us, or we created God. Either God really exists, or he's just a creation of our own minds. As we have seen, Darwinism, not God, is a creation of the human mind. You've got to have a lot of faith to be a Darwinist. You have to believe that without intelligent intervention, something arose from nothing, the origin of the universe. Order arose from chaos, the design of the universe. Life arose from non-life, which means that intelligence arose from non-intelligence, and personality arose from non-personality. Life forms arose from existing life forms, despite evidence to the contrary, such as genetic limits, cyclical change, irreducible complexity, molecular isolation, non-viability of transitional forms, and fossil records. Okay, so the evidence is not good for macroevolution. But what about theistic macroevolution? Perhaps what can't be explained naturally makes good sense if you add God into the picture. Why suggest that? If there were evidence for God and for macroevolution, then there might be a reason to combine the two. But as we have seen, there is no evidence that macroevolution has occurred. It's not like you have contrary evidence. Some evidence that points to macroevolution, and other evidence that disproves it. If you had, say, a fossil record within millions of transitional forms on one hand, but irreducibly complex creatures on the other, then perhaps you could suggest that God guided evolution through those unbridgeable gaps. But since that is not the case, it seems that God wasn't needed to guide macroevolution, because there is no evidence macroevolution has occurred. Finally, let's look at the evidence with another question in mind. What would the evidence have to look like for creation, intelligent design, to be true? How about a universe that has exploded into being out of nothing? A universe with over 100 fine-tuned life-enabling constants for this tiny remote planet called Earth. Life that has been observed to arise only from existing life. It has never been observed to arise spontaneously. Consists of thousands and even millions of volumes of empirically detectable specified complexity, and is therefore more than just the non-living chemicals it contains. Changes cyclically and only within a limited range. Cannot be built or modified gradually, i.e. is irreducibly complex. Is molecularly isolated between basic types. There's no ancestral progression at the molecular level. Leaves a fossil record of fully formed creatures that appear suddenly, do not change, and then disappear suddenly. An honest look at the fact suggests creation, not macroevolution, is true. As we have seen, atheists have to work really hard not to conclude the obvious. That's why they need to have a lot more faith than we do. Finally, we have a proposal to help resolve the debate in this country over what should be taught in public schools regarding creation and evolution. What would be wrong with teaching them what we've just covered in chapter 3 to 6? Notice we haven't been quoting Bible verses to make our points. We've been citing scientific evidence. So this isn't a battle of science versus religion. It's a battle of good science versus bad science. Right now, most of our children are being taught bad science because they're being taught evolution only. It doesn't have to be that way. What would be unconstitutional about teaching the surge evidence, showing them the complexity of the simplest life, making the distinctions between micro and macroevolution, and between forensic and empirical science, or exposing the problems with macroevolution? Nothing. So why do we continue to indoctrinate our children in a flawed and crumbling theory that is based more on philosophical presuppositions than on scientific observations? Why don't we give our children all of the scientific evidence, pros and cons, and let them make up their own minds? After all, shouldn't we be teaching them how to think critically on their own? Of course we should, but Darwinists don't do great lengths to ensure that doesn't happen. But Darwinists will go to great lengths to ensure that doesn't happen. Darwinists would rather suppress the evidence than allow it to be presented fairly. Why? Because this is the one area where Darwinists lack faith. They lack the faith to believe that their theory will still be believed after our children see all the evidence. And that is the end of chapter... Did we go past chapter 6? Wait. Hey, huh? Did I read 2 chapters on accident? Hold on. Certainly not. It's a lot of reading we did. Oh. No, we were reading chapter 6. I am so cooked. I cannot even count. If anyone makes a 6-7 joke, you're banned. You're banned. But that concludes our reading for tonight. And we are just about on time for getting off of here. We're 4 minutes post our 5-hour mark. But it was very lovely talking with you all tonight. Perhaps the idea of higher dimensional geometries to include our infinity in a finite slice is rather a silly way to imply we do not live in an infinite space if our universe wraps in on itself. Those are a lot of big words for my brain right now.
Ironically, the timing's not too bad either. It's 5 hours and 5 minutes in.
Yeah, we're right on time, pretty much.
Also, this new setup can handle both Monster Hunter and your stream.
Yippee! Take them to the brain rot asylum. But I want to thank all of you little lambs for treating me so nice today and sticking around for all my little yappings and Kahoots and readings. It means a whole lot to me that you stick around for this long. But we will be raiding out very soon to somebody. Saren's on. I don't see a lot of people that we're friends with online right now. I read Mother Teresa versus Hitler and can only think of one thing. 1v1 fight night. 2 enter the ring. 1 will leave. Here comes Gandhi with the steel chair. Here comes Gandhi with the steel chair! Yeah,
We can do
let's
Saren.
read out to Saren. So predicted. But I will see you day after tomorrow. So on Friday. And I will be back with another yapping stream. Always gonna be going nuclear, yup. But
We got an ad. Yeah, we're in the middle of an ad, so let's, I guess, wait for that to run its course so we can say bye to everybody.
okay.
Then
We'll
we'll
go
raid
for
out to
it.
Saren.
Yes. You guys treat Saren very nicely. He is a wonderful brother in Christ. If you are not following him yet, do follow him. Thanks for the stream, Sheep Lady and Desmo. You are so welcome. I love doing this. New follow, thank you. Van Gogh, 1889. But thank you all for supporting me and being here and being so nice and enjoying all my content. I said it before, but I legitimately get depressed if I can't if I can't stream. Is he the music guy I think I'm following? I don't think he does music, does he?
Red hair. Oh, yeah, red hair. He does. Isn't he?
Hair?
He has red hair though. The red hair is correct. I'm
Yeah,
not sure he
red
does
hair.
music.
Red hair guy. Red hair guy.
Oh, yeah, he does. Yeah, he plays guitar, drums, bass, keys, and he sings sometimes. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Huh. I didn't know. I guess I'm not that good of a fan. Fake fan. Fake fan. But I'm so grateful for you guys. You guys honestly make what I do worth it. And give me something to work towards and something to look forward to almost every day. Like that it's honestly been so much fun. Yeah, I think that's him. Haha. Yeah. Got 30 seconds left in the ad break before I can say goodnight. Thanks again for the stream. It was fun. Thank you for being here. The stream wouldn't be the same without all you. I love my little lambs. I wouldn't have it any other way. But we'll be working on fundraising soon and new merch soon and all that other good stuff.
Well, as soon as we can
Yeah,
reasonably can. Merch can get tricky, but we'll certainly look into it for sure.
We'll do fundraising for the new chibi model soon.
All right, got that ready. Say good night, everyone.
Yes. Good night, everyone. Remember to count your sheep and count your blessings and have a very good night, everyone. I wish you have sweet dreams and even sweeter spirits waking up in the morning. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.